Oh my god. Yo. The fuck are you all doing? God damn it. Gum gum. Gum gum. What you doing, Gum Gum? Oh my god. Hey, little handsome. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's ruining my chair. He loves ruining my chair. Do you think steroids will become safer if legalized? Yeah. Without a doubt. If they had been legal for the last couple decades, we would have better, safer steroids that work better with less side effects. But everyone who runs the government is a complete fucking genius. And, you know, rather than actually trying to maybe be consistent in any way and ban cigarettes and alcohol, no, let's ban drugs that make you bigger and stronger and more fit. So that there's no scientific development into that technology. And we'll just keep everyone weak fucking beta male. Smash or pass Doom Guy? Well, that entirely depends. Jesus Christ. I know Bianca Taylor's crazy, but goddamn, she also has a crazy ass. Yeah, she pretty fine.
We don't need no man.
Jesus, that almost hit her in the fucking head.
Oh my god, we're gonna need a man.
They don't need a man until they realize that they do. If you enjoy, like, and subscribe.
True. You know, I thought with the Cosmic Realm, they were going to, like, introduce some Quake references and then, like, maybe make a new Quake game in the future or some shit, but they just fucking didn't. Doom the Dark Ages just seems like such an insanely lazy ass fucking game. It's it feels like, you know, when a kid just writes a first draft of an essay or something and then just doesn't bother reading it over, fixing it, or improving it in any way, just first draft. And it was just so poorly put together. My mom broke her leg just painting a wall. Sounds like something only a woman could do. Sure someone will dono new active self-protection vid with female cop. Didn't we already watch that? Female officer in China one day ago?
Today we get a reminder that some people are made to be 911 and some people are made to call 911. It is 3 o'clock in the morning here in Harris County, Texas, and this man is tearing this gas pump apart. He's gonna tear a bunch of gas pumps apart, and that's an employee there who's gonna go in the store and call the cops. And why is he doing that? I don't know, man. Now, again, this surveillance footage, we have no audio on.
Get on the ground! It's gonna be a black male. Oh my God.
Hey, put your fucking hands!
Put your hands behind your back!
Hey,
Now!
down,
Get on your
down.
stomach! Get on your stomach now! Get on your
now.
fucking stomach! Do not move! Do not fucking move! Do you hear me? Fuck you, motherfucker! Yeah, fuck you!
Hey, put your fucking hands down!
Hands behind your back!
Hey,
Now!
calm down,
Get
calm
on your
down.
stomach!
Is that a... They're both doing a terrible fucking job. Like, they clearly don't know what the fuck they're doing, but... That sounds like some chick.
Get on your stomach now!
Put him down
Get on
now.
your fucking stomach!
We don't need no men my ass.
Yeah, we definitely do. As soon as anything requires, like, hard work in any way, yeah, you definitely do need a man. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do not move! Do not fucking move! Do you hear me? I will tase you. Put your hands behind your back. Put it behind your back now. Get on your
Okay.
stomach! Motherfucker. We're fighting one. You're my taser.
Motherfucker, stop! Oh, fuck. Fuck! Let go of him! Oh, fuck! What's wrong with this?
What is this fat, bloated female cop fucking doing? What the fuck?
Fuck! Stop, dude! Let him go! No!
Dude, like, it's not enough that you hire a woman to be a police officer, but a fat woman? Like, what are you doing?
Let him fucking go! Let him go, dude! I'm about to fucking shoot you!
Oh. Oh, dear God. You're kidding me. Pulls out the fucking gun that doesn't even fit in her fucking hands. This thing looks fucking huge in her hands.
I'm about to fucking shoot you. Let him fucking go. Let him go.
This is just retarded. Like,
Oh my god, I don't want to fucking shoot him. Let him go. Oh, great, I'm gonna have to.
there was no need to do that. No one was in serious danger. The guy was wrestling with some, like, fat crack addict. She literally just fucking popped a dude because they were wrestling on the ground. Holy shit. That is nuts. Shut. Oh my god.
What is this fat female bloated Richard Burgess doing? What the fuck? By the way, how many calories were you eating per day when you were clinically obese?
It would have been a little over 4,000. Thanks for the donation, 21st. She shot him for no real reason. They were both doing just fine. They were just wrestling. Then the guy's completely incapacitated on the ground and can't even move, and then shoots him again.
I'm about to fucking shoot you. Let him fucking go. Let him go. Oh my god, I don't want to fucking shoot him. Let him go. Oh, great, I'm gonna have to.
She can, like, barely hold that fucking gun properly. She has tiny hands. And there he is, can barely fucking move. And then shot him again, for no reason. And her partner's right there. Like, this is just psychotic.
Are you okay?
Oh, this keeps getting better. Shoots him fucking twice. Are you okay? Are you okay? Oh, this is good.
Are you? Did I hit you? Stay down. Stay down. Don't fucking move. Don't fucking move.
Right there. Right there. Somebody's side. Right in the head.
What the fuck?
I need y'all to hurry up.
This just looks insane.
Our gas pump destroyer died of his wounds.
So she murdered a crazy crack addict dude for no reason. Like this is just nuts. Like she, there's so much wrong with this. Both of them were doing a terrible job apprehending the suspect. Like, it shouldn't have taken them that long to get the guy's hands behind his back. Like, that was just weird. And
back when Richard,
they clearly saw the guy was unarmed. So why that chick didn't just deploy the taser or something, or at least assist in, like, apprehending the guy? She just stood there being some dumb fat bitch, let the man wrestle with this guy, and then I guess she was getting out of breath or something, screaming for no reason, just pulls out her gun, shoots the dude, and then just decides to shoot him again for no particular reason, and then asks if he's okay. Like, Oh my god, I hope I don't have a fucking mental breakdown when I'm in Texas. And some, like, female cop shows up.
Back when Richard used to eat donuts like Tic Tacs.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Jacked Up.
The investigation, this one just happened. So the investigation, I am sure, is ongoing. I'm just going to tip my hand here and say, I don't like this one bit. We'll talk about it in the lessons. Now, I know what the comments are going to be. I know it. People are going to be like, women shouldn't be cops. Well, I'm going to agree with you on this one, that this woman should not be a cop.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I was 30 years in law enforcement. I met plenty of useless male cops, so it's not, just has nothing to do with it.
So why is this guy tearing gas pumps apart? Mike, you don't want to know why people who do crap like this do it, because it won't make any sense to you anyways. This guy's experiencing or exhibiting, he exhibits in this particular incident what we this isn't diagnostic, this is simply a behavioral observational out in front of him. I think better cuffing technique would have gone a long way here. Now, once he starts fighting, I will say our male officer here, I'm not positive at this point if he tossed his taser or if he holstered it, but eventually as this guy decides he wants to fight, our officer is going to be like, all right, you want to fight? He goes hands on. And I give him props.
I don't know why they wouldn't have sat on his back. It's really weird. It's like they're both really lazy. Like, especially once the guy started resisting and not complying, they should have just kneeled down on his back so he couldn't move.
Actually, when this guy decides he wants to fight, our officer says, all right, if you want to fight, I'm better at you than you are at this. And, he tries to drive stun him here. All right, that's not going to work very well. Piss the guy off. All right, fine. Now his taser goes a skittering and our officer is in the fight and he is smothering this guy. This is an ordinary threat. Yes, there's a little bit of blood out here. I don't think it's the officers. And so, this guy is spitting and kicking and, I think he bit his own lip and okay.
They're bent over at the waist. Like, that is not an advantageous position to be in. You have no leverage there whatsoever. So as John said, and I will reiterate, when you go to your DT training, whatever it is, every quarter, once a year, whatever it is, take it seriously, ask questions, because you can prevent yourself an entire world of hurt and pain and potential civil liability by getting someone into custody quickly.
No, I've never ran a virtual machine. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Breaking: U.S. taxpayers will reportedly be on the hook for nearly $5 million to the family of Ashley Babbitt. That's right. You and I are paying millions to the state of woman who illegally stormed the U.S. Capitol, ignored repeated police warnings, and attempted to force her way into the lobby. So what's going on there? How are U.S. taxpayers paying for Ashley Babbitt?
This is why we never see Richard train legs, because he does 10 sets of this.
Don't do squats quite like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Jacked Up. Not that anyone asked, but during my tenure on the Pentagon's Defense Innovation Board under part of Obama 2 and all of Trump 1, we visited military bases. No time did any member of armed forces I met say to me, America needs less science funding. Don't give a fuck what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. Justin Bieber balding at 31 years is insane. I mean, that's when you'd expect a guy to start going bald, so if a man is going to go bald, it's in all likelihood going to start in their late 20s, early 30s.
Finally, political your political influence. I wondered whether you have decided yet how much you're going to spend on the upcoming midterms. Is it you spent a lot more money on the last US election than you envisaged when you were speaking here 3 years ago? Are you going to continue to spend at that kind of level on future elections?
I think in terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough.
Is it because of blowback?
Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
Wow, so it sounds like Elon is like defeated here. Is he completely out of politics
What
now?
a dumbass,
it gets
dude.
complicated because he's also trying to launch his robot cars that don't work. So he still has to buy off the government in that regards. But at least according to him, I mean, he's like, oh, I'm quitting spending, or maybe he's out of cash. That's certainly a possibility as well. Let's watch though, because in fact, the Secretary of Transportation is at Tesla HQ right now. So there is still corruption involved, and you're going to see it live. Watch this.
Hey, Kelly, that's right. Sean Duffy, of course, Secretary of Transportation, is here in Austin at the Gigafactory. You got a little ride in an autonomous vehicle.
I did.
You got a tour of the factory floor, which never disappoints. But what are you doing here? Why are you here to begin with?
So you think of DOT sometimes as hard hats and construction vests. Actually, we're at the forefront of the rules, whether it's on autonomous vehicles or drone technology or the eVTOLs or the Ubers in the air. And so it's important that we get it right. We want to innovate in America. We want the jobs to be in America. We want to deploy American innovation around the world. If we don't get the rules right, that innovation is going to happen somewhere.
I mean, literally, the reporter's like, what are you doing here? And he goes off in this whole thing. And honestly, he's talking about flying cars. That was the when they're asking and talking about South Africa. I mean, this is a wild interview. Watch.
That seem right to you?
Well, those rules were designed to bring.
Yes or no?
Those rules were designed to bring about an era of more economic equality in South Africa, and it looks like the government has found a way around
Everyone's more poor.
those rules for you.
I'll ask you a question.
This is your interview. Everyone wants to hear from you.
Ask you a question. Yes or no?
Not for
Racist
me.
laws, yes or no?
Not for me to answer. I have got a question for you about your government work though and the amount of savings.
Why do you like racist laws?
This is not for me to answer. Come on.
Yes, it is.
Now you wouldn't be trying to dodge a question.
You have to ask
It's
a question.
difficult for you
Answer
to
my
answer.
question. No, you answer mine.
It's clear. I'm not laughing with Elon. I'm laughing at Elon because the whole situation is so bizarre. Basically, they're talking about South Africa, and he's claiming, everything is racist, and then, and she's just here to get his opinion. But then words for yourself, you'll see.
But my prediction is that probably by the end of next year, we'll have probably hundreds of thousands, if not
Hundreds of thousands.
if not over 1 million Teslas doing self-driving in the U.S.
Those are.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Elon is trash.
Yeah, he definitely is trash. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Today, we're going to get to see an off-duty cop handle her business. Welcome to today's research-informed defensive lesson here at Active Self-Protection. I'm your who has a hostage. Apparently first mugged a dude, and when people were pointing him out and the cops were kind of closing in on him, he took this hostage and is threatening her with a pair of scissors. So cops are have cordoned off the area, gotten him kind of isolated. You see this lady come up here, and she is just calm, cool, and collected. And she is going to walk up because they're offering him a bottle of water at this point. They've negotiated with him for a significant amount of time. So she's going to walk up just cool as the other side of the pillow, rest in peace, Stuart Scott, and toss him a bottle of water and then start and continue to negotiate with him. What can we get you? How can we get some things? for you. Again, a significant amount of time goes by here. I've sped it up here just for the sake of time. They're going to do the same thing with a bottle of cola, and you know, he wants a large farva, not a liter of cola, but you know, they're going to try to get him a cola, so he makes the officer drink it to make sure that it's not poisoned or drugged, and then they're going to toss that cola at him as well. Now watch when he bends over. So he's going to creep forward to kind of use his feet to get that cola near him. Look at the female there. She's actually an off-duty or undercover officer, and she is going to draw a pistol on her hip and ride in real fast and put a bullet in that guy's face. And then as he rolls around some more, she puts 3 more in him and ends that threat definitively. Now, the woman that he had hostage was...
Elon is also a Nazi who is partly responsable for turning our world into a planet of apes.
That is true. He is doing that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
When you ready? Okay, hold on. All right. Come on, it's gonna backfire a little bit. Just hold it.
Why in the fuck is he getting... Does this have something to do with him not having this gun certified by the ATF or an SBR or some shit? It's fucking retarded.
Tight. Mom, turn around. When you got your hand by the trigger.
I need to know what the fuck backfire, what that means.
Why is your hand on the trigger?
What backfire mean?
Oh my god.
My hand.
If this go back, hit you right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so which
Yeah,
one
so
I need to do,
tuck it in your shoulder.
Like this?
No, it's not on your shoulder. Tuck it in your shoulders. So when so you ready? All right, let's do it, boy. You squeezed it? You squeezed. See, you didn't clock it back good enough.
No, this shit clocked.
No, you did not. No, you did not. I know. Only pull when you.
Her energy is too powerful. Even for you. The Sentinels know so little about themselves. She has the spirit of an ancient Sentinel god within her. A wraith who are descendants of this realm. Here, her energy becomes fully realized. And it can be harnessed.
They made Doomguy look a lot like Guts from Berserk. I don't know if that was intentional.
We should kill him.
Yeah, I don't even, like, some of the shit in the game just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, why, like, what is happening to him? Why did her touching him with the tentacle make this happen? Like, it's just weird.
We'll need something more permanent. Etrigos, Zarath, Maziker.
What's also really weird, there's like more of the story in this game in Doom Eternal than there was story in this game itself. It's really strange. There was never any real explanation why the makers were colluding with Hell in this game, but in Doom Eternal they explain it partly in the codex. But this, like in the actual story, they don't explain shit. Oh, hey Gum Gum. What's going on, Gum Gum? Wanna come cuddle? Gum Gum. No biting. Wanna come cuddle, Gum Gum?
The Creed came back, alone. And the Slayer. Nothing. Get him on.
Yeah, they got rid of quick swapping weapons because, again, they made the game for stupid, dumb console babies that don't use a keyboard, you know, with fucking number buttons, or number keys. So, how are you gonna quick swap on console? Oh, I guess we'll make the game for dumb babies.
I watched the new Final Destination. Shock factor was cool. BTW Richard as soon as the donut shop opens.
Well, haven't eaten donuts in quite a while. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up.
Everyone out, now.
Yeah, the main bad guy in this game was also kind of lame, and the boss fight, or I should say boss fights, there were like, oh my god, like 10 forms of this guy. And they were all super stupid easy. He's not even hard to fight, and they just made you fight him over and over and over again. It was so lazy. Yeah, dude, it's so funny. I don't understand how this happens. Like, you have a really good fucking challenging, intricate game, and then you get a bunch of fucking casuals who try playing it, and then they're like, it's too hard, this is difficult, the controls, and then, like, they appeal to these loser casual fucktards. I don't even understand why they want to play the game in the first place if it's like too hard or difficult or whatever. And then they shit out the next fucking game that's just boring and sucks. Like the same thing happened with Resident Evil 8. RE7 came out, really good fucking game. And then all of these gay-ass retarded casuals were complaining that the game was too scary. And then they deliberately made RE8 less scary. to appeal to like these stupid casuals who wanted to play a not scary horror game. It's weird. Like, I don't even understand why, if the game doesn't appeal to them, they want the game to be changed to suit their preferences. It's kind of like if they were to make a My Little Pony game, and then I started complaining, oh, there's no, like, shotguns in the game, I can't kill anybody. Like, it's My Little Pony, why the fuck are you playing it? If that's what you want. You know? Like, it's strange. I don't know why people do this.
And in the center of this planet of the apes, a big fat ugly orangutan ruining the country known as Trump.
He does kind of look like an orangutan. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dude, I did not know what to actually think of bronies. I actually tried watching My Little Pony because I was thinking, okay, maybe the reason there's so many dudes who get into My Little Pony is because, like, it's actually good, kind of like Fairly Odd Parents or something. I was going into it thinking it might just be a good cartoon like SpongeBob or Fairly Odd Parents or some shit. It's fucking terrible. That show is clearly like made for a very specific female audience, like young girls who are like 10 maybe. And it has zero appeal to anyone else, or it should have zero appeal to anybody else. Bronies are psychotic, retarded losers. There's no reason whatsoever to like My Little Pony as a grown man. Like, you're a psychotic loser. I even have, like, sympathy for furries. Like, I can understand the furry thing. Like, animals are cute and fuzzy, and it's fun to dress up and stuff. Like, I can sympathize with that whole thing. But, bronies are fucking psychotic losers. Like, retarded dumbasses. My kid is 10 and she thinks My Little Pony is for newborns. Yeah, it's terrible. There's no reason to watch My Little Pony. Like, I can't even imagine liking that show on any level at 10. Like, again, if you watch it, it's clearly meant for a very specific audience, and even then it's hard to even understand why, like, a 10-year-old girl would like that show. Like, it's stupid. Yeah, dude, they made him look exactly like Guts from Berserk. Or almost exactly. I don't know if that was intentional.
Let's not forget a lot bronies also fap the Gru's pony porn.
Yeah, a lot of them do that. And it's gross and weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. It makes Teen Titans Go look better, and that's awful too, yeah.
I have been dating a girl online for 2 months and told her that I have feelings, and she said that she appreciates that but she needs more time. We haven't met yet, because we live far from each other. How long after dating Jasmine took your confession?
Well, what do you mean? Like, I was talking to Jasmine online for 2 months before I told her I wanted to date. So, we were just friends online for 2 months. Yeah, dude, if a chick is... If you've been, yeah, buddy, if you've been talking to this chick for 2 months and then you, like, confess your love to her or something and then she doesn't reciprocate, dump her. Just don't talk to her and ghost her. And I can guarantee you after you do that, she's probably going to start messaging you or something. And, why are you stop talking to me? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just what dumb bitches do, dude. That chick sounds like she doesn't respect you, and as soon as you don't give her any more attention, she's probably gonna seek attention from you again, and then start messaging you, I miss talking to you, why did you stop talking, I'm sorry for hurting your feelings, let's talk some more. Don't fall for it, she just wants attention, she's just a bitch. So yeah, just ghost her. Don't say anything. Don't talk to her. Don't respond to any of her messages. Move on. She doesn't respect you, and she's just an immature cunt looking for attention. She's probably talking to like 2-3 other dudes at least, and she's just using you to get attention. So just move on. Not worth your energy. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Can donate $2. Average MLP fan greater than average Frank Tufano fan. I mean, yeah, I'd have to have more respect for a My Little Pony fan than a Frank Tufano fan. Like, that's just a whole nother level of retarded and pathetic. Thanks for the donation, though, Kenneth.
Hi VG, long-time vegan, fellow lifter and fan. Does a dopamine detox help in restoring joy and fulfillment in everyday life activities?
The whole dopamine detox thing is fucking retarded. That bullshit originated from Andrew Huberman, who's a complete hack and whack job and has no idea what he's fucking talking about, and he's one of the most lying, manipulative, pseudoscientific assholes in the, I don't know, influencer health and fitness space. Dopamine detox makes absolutely no fucking sense at all. There's about a dozen different dopamine molecules that do different things in your fucking brain. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that's necessary for your brain to function. There's no way to dopamine detox. It makes no fucking sense. The type of dopamine that people are talking about when they're talking about dopamine detox, it just motivates reward systems in your brain. You want those reward systems to exist. It's just that you have some sort of addictive tendencies towards certain things that are not good for you. So some people end up getting these dopamine reward systems overactive when it comes to the food they eat, or it could be related to gambling, alcohol, sex addiction, porn addiction, you know, something like that. The issue isn't that you need to dopamine detox. The issue is that you need to find some other reward systems that are productive. So rather than jerking off for 5 hours a day, you just need to start exercising and focusing on working out or like bettering yourself in some way. There's no way to dopamine detox. It's just fucking stupid. So just stop doing the things that are ruining your life, that aren't good for you, and do things that are going to be beneficial for you, that will help you improve and be more productive. The dopamine detox thing is just fucking retarded. It makes absolutely no fucking sense. Thanks for the donation though, North Star.
Is all this built-up frustration because you've never had anal sex? Anal sex virgin vegan gains.
No, I don't think so. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam. Q donated $2, also female cop.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande.
Yeah, we already reacted to this. We reacted to this either yesterday or 2 days ago. Yeah, this cop was a dumb bitch. She pulled a gun on this guy for absolutely no reason, even though he was unarmed. And he was very clearly unarmed. Her own partner told her not to engage with the suspect, and she ignored his recommendation. And he also wasn't even necessarily committing a crime. He was just acting weird. Somebody called the cops on him because he was just acting strange, and he clearly had some sort of mental health issue. But, he didn't even attack any officer. He was acting weird. One of the responding officers, responding to the 911 call, tried to get him to just sit down so that they could have a chat, and he ran away, which isn't illegal. He again, there's no evidence that he was actually committing a crime. So he just ran away. He didn't even attack this cop. Then his female fucking partner saw this dude. He approached her vehicle, and then for no reason, she drew her gun. No reason whatsoever. Why? I don't know. I guess she's a dumb bitch who's afraid of men or something. And then this guy just easily grabbed her gun, pulled it away because she's a weak fucking woman who should have never been a fucking cop in the first place. And then this mentally ill man started walking around with this cop's gun, and then the other cop had to shoot him. So this dumb bitch, who never should have drawn her pistol in the first place, basically did dumb shit that resulted in this guy getting killed. It's fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Q.
And people say that new My Little Pony show has grating and chapters incupting the nose ilga critic at the 3.46 mark.
Nostalgia Critic is one of the dumbest motherfuckers to ever walk planet Earth, and it's a complete joke that this guy is a film critic. He's the equivalent of, these fast food review channels who have, they don't have a developed palate. They have, the taste preferences of a fucking 9-year-old. They think Hot Pockets taste good, and then they end up reviewing food, and any fucking slop that, Burger King or Domino's releases, they're like, oh, this is great, and it tastes like shit. That's him. He's basically a fast food reviewer in film critic form. He doesn't know... he's just a dumbass who thinks garbage is good.
Off as a remake of what many people consider a forced excuse to sell toys, and that's from the people who liked it, had transformed it into practically an educational show about emotions and social interactions. The story takes place in a land of
Fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Thanks for the membership, Gigliardo.
I don't
Appreciate
know
it.
about that. I mean, we like each other. It is just that for her it takes more time to actually say she has feelings for me, especially because we haven't met yet, and I can kinda get behind that. Still feel stupid for telling her how I feel too.
Okay, dude. Your feelings do not mean jack shit, okay? You can feel a certain way about someone or something. That does not mean it has anything to do with what's actually going on in reality. There are people who will see, like a bear in the wild, okay? And, you know, this bear looks adorable and friend-shaped, and it has these cute, round, fuzzy ears. And then they'll get it in their head, oh, that's a nice bear. Look at him. Oh, I can see in his eyes that he actually is friendly, and he's not going to attack me. And these people will go up to the fucking bear, feed it, and think, oh, that is such a nice bear. He's being so friendly. What a cute bear. He just wants to be friends. And then the bear will fucking rip their arm off and maul them to death. So the way you feel about things has nothing to do with what's actually going on in fucking reality, and the same thing goes with women, dude. You might have certain feelings for this chick, and I think it's particularly easy for you to get into this trap when you have a relationship online, because you're not actually interacting with them in person. So a lot of the vibes that you'll get when you're actually in person with someone, you're not getting those vibes. And when you're feeling emotional and like attracted to somebody, you can fill your head with all kinds of stupid delusional nonsense about this chick. The fact that you've been talking to this girl for 2 months and then she's not reciprocating the same feelings you have for her, that's an immediate red flag that she doesn't like you. So the feelings aren't mutual, and when the feelings aren't mutual and then she's telling you some bullshit like, oh, I still need more time, I haven't developed these feelings yet, she is using you for nothing more than fucking attention. Why do you feel this way, but she doesn't? You've both been talking to each other for 2 fucking months. So she just doesn't like you. It's as simple as that. If you've been talking to her for 2 months and you feel that way, but she doesn't feel the same way, she just doesn't like you. Girls don't need years of communication to develop attraction and feelings, all right? So don't bullshit yourself. If you've been communicating for 2 months and she's not reciprocating similar feelings, she's just not into you. And the fact that she's telling you she wants to continue these conversations and shit, immediate red flag that she is using you for attention. She is an attention-seeking fucking bitch who is leading you on just so that she can get attention from somebody because she just wants attention. That's all that's fucking going on. And if you keep fucking playing the stupid dumb shit game, she's just gonna keep leading you on, coming up with excuses for why not to meet. And then like she'll just keep delaying this because again, she doesn't want a relationship with you. She just wants to use you for attention. No, it's not presumptive. It's called being a fucking adult and understanding how people and women work. So again, if you don't want to listen to my warning and you want to waste your fucking time, go ahead. But I'm warning you right now. this is somebody who is an immature, attention-seeking bitch who's just using you. I was gonna say something else about that too. Oh yeah, there's also like this power dynamic thing. The fact that you shared how you felt first makes her feel like she's in a position of power. So, it's usually a bad idea for you to express your feelings to a girl first. Usually is. Unless it's like very obvious that she's also into you. It's usually a very, very bad idea for you to ever admit your feelings to a girl first. Because they're gonna end up feeling like, oh, he's simping for me. I can get him to do things. And, oh, he's vulnerable. Like, there's no reason for a man to share his feelings. There just isn't. Women are attracted to strong men who just follow, like, who just lead by action. So if you had feelings for something and you wanted to progress things, you'd be like, oh, how about I drive out to you and we can actually have a date? Or how about I, like, fly you out and buy you an airplane ticket or something like that? There's no reason for you to say, oh, I'm in love with you. I have all these feelings. Like, it's just, it's weak words. And this chick probably sees that you are exhibiting just beta male simp energy, and she's probably lost respect for you, the fact that you shared your feelings to her. Again, it sounds mean, like, oh, how could women think this way? It's just the way they think. It's generally a bad idea to share your feelings to a woman. You don't need to tell anybody how you feel. You just have to commit to some sort of action. What's the point in telling a girl that, oh, you're sexy and you're so beautiful and all this shit? If you think she's sexy and beautiful, then start touching her, grabbing her, telling her to get in your bedroom, you know, something like that. There's no reason to share your feelings, ever, really. So, move on. You don't have to listen to my advice. You can waste your time and get treated like a beta male simp by this dumb, manipulative bitch online. But I'm telling you right now, the best course of action is to just fucking ignore her. And I'll tell you exactly what will happen if you don't message her. She'll message you back first and then start begging for attention. Like, oh, why haven't you messaged me in the last few days? Did something happen? Oh, is this about you, like, saying your feelings? Oh, I'm sorry about that. Let's keep talking. Like, she's gonna do something like that. And again, that's another immediate red flag. So you don't have to listen to my warning, but you're wasting your fucking time, dude. Just try to date somebody in your fucking area. If you've been wasting 2 fucking months, that is a long fucking time, and this chick isn't reciprocating feelings, what are you fucking doing? You could have, like, met a girl in person or, like, on Tinder or some dating app, and then literally within a few, like, messages or within a 5-minute conversation, you could have gotten her number and, like, set up a fucking date. And instead, for 2 fucking months, you've been wasting your time messaging each other back and forth, which is added up to, like, hours. And then this chick is like, I don't know. I don't feel the same way. I need more time. I need, like, a few more months of you wasting your fucking time messaging me back for no fucking reason. Like, it's just stupid. What are you fucking doing? Like, get fucking real, dude. You're being delusional. So, yeah, if you've been talking to a chick for 2 months online and she doesn't want to progress the relationship in any way, she's not interested in you. She's gaslighting you, and just making you waste her fucking time, or making you waste her fucking time, because all she wants is attention. She doesn't want a relationship, she just wants attention. So just go meet a girl in your area, just talk to chicks on the street, go ride your bike or something, meet girls in the park, and then in a 5-minute conversation, you could get their fucking phone number and then set up a date. If you set up a dating profile online, again, within a few fucking messages, you can have a date set up and actually see a chick in person, and then maybe actually get some pussy. Rather than spending months to get nothing. Like, get real. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Destiny reacted to your clip about your divorce.
Vegan Gains divorce break.
Yeah, I already saw that when it was live. We've already seen this. Thanks for the donation, Pika. What do you mean Vegan Gains throwing stones in glass houses? I was married for 9 years. Like, what in the hell are you talking about? And when I was talking to Jasmine online, I didn't have any intention in fucking dating her. We were just talking, like, as friends. So I wasn't wasting my time trying to, like, get some chick to like me. We were just fucking talking online. There's other girls that I talk to online that I don't have any intention of fucking dating. Same with dudes. There's dudes that I message back and forth online. I'm not trying to fuck them in the ass. Elias donated $2. Thoughts on full body cryochamber therapy. There are some studies that suggest that it can be helpful for various conditions also. It's a waste of time, basically does nothing. Look, if you're thinking of doing cryotherapy for, like, recovery and inflammation reduction, like, do you think being cold is going to work as well as taking some sort of drug that's actually designed to lower inflammation? Literally taking over-the-counter anti-inflammatories is going to do more to reduce inflammation in your body than being cold for 5 minutes. Taking drugs like certain peptides like TB500 is going to do more for injury recovery and cellular repair than being cold for 5 minutes. Like, it's just stupid. It's a waste of time.
I like to thank my beautiful husband.
Yeah, beautiful husband.
Get the fuck out of my face, you little shit!
I knew it was you at first sight, brother. I knew it was you at first sight. Look at this. Is this you?
Yeah, why? No, it ain't me. No, it ain't.
You sure?
I'm positive. I wouldn't do that.
Because we caught it on the cameras.
No! It wasn't me.
Oh.
Who the fuck are you guys?
Oh my god. I knew it. I knew it. Yes, you are. Wait, what is he showing you?
This is from TikTok, right?
That's not me.
No, yes it is, dude.
Get the fuck out of here.
Dude, it's you. It's you. I knew it was.
Me. Get the fuck out of here.
Can we just get a picture?
No.
Can we get a picture?
No, get the fuck out of here.
You're famous.
You're famous, dude.
Dude, you're an asshole. Get the fuck out of here.
What do you...
It's funny how people fall for that.
Kissed your touch in the Philippines, woman.
None.
Liar.
No, I am not. You proved that to me because I am not.
Really?
Yes, because I'm into ladyboys, so you're wrong.
Move back, away from me now.
God, I'm
How many...
Well, that's a weird defense. Could not possibly be attracted to children because I only like chicks with dicks.
4? Oh, leuk.
Ja.
Geweldig.
Ja, ik heb 3 jongens en een meisje.
Ik heb een zoon van 29, van 28 en mijn dochter is overleden.
Oké.
Ja.
Jemig jongens.
Nou, die is verdronken met 16 maanden. En toen heb ik haar uit het water gehaald in het Stadskanaal. En toen is ze weer in leven gebracht. En toen heeft ze nog 9 maanden in coma geleefd.
Oké, maar jij komt van oorsprong dan uit de hoek van Stadskanaal? Ik heb 4 kinderen.
That was a very subtle way to change the topic. Thanks for the donation, Elias. Thanks again for the membership gig, I guess. Oops. How did you join twice? Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh. Wow. Those are some nice cats. Bruno was the closest to peace in the Middle East. Oh yeah, I remember that.
Why are you so anti-Hamas? I mean, isn't pita bread the real enemy?
You're confusing Hamas with hummus, I believe. Hummus has nothing to do with
there is a
Hamas.
relation between Hamas and hummus?
So was the founder of Hamas a chef? He had created the food and then got lots of followers?
Hummus has nothing to do with Hamas. It's a food, okay? We eat it, they eat it.
It's vegetarian, it's healthy, it's beans.
Well, do you both agree on that?
We both agree that hummus is very healthy.
So we're making progress.
I remember that was good. I remember he tried to interview the terrorist, and he said he tried to piss off the terrorist and called his leader a dirty wizard. This guy like tears pets. How do you do that with 225? I wonder if he broke his humerus. Oh, he broke his humerus. Yeah, I think he might have torn his pec and broke his humerus. That's really weird to do that with only 225. And then people say I'm injury prone or some shit when like there's fucking kids online literally breaking their arm benching 225. Thanks for the donation though, they're just random vids.
Then how the hell did the Nostalgia Critic become so popular then?
I don't think he ever became particularly popular, and I mean, dumbasses become popular. Like, look at Penguin Zero, look at Asmongold, they're fucking retards, and they're huge, so... Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Here's a better advice to deal with women. Fuck bitches, get money.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why there's the whole men going their own way movement. It's just not worth it. You don't get much out of these relationships, and you might as well just focus on yourself. I'd rather be driving, Panigale V4 or, an Ariel Atom than dealing with some crazy fucking women. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
What's up, nigga? How's your day going, nigga? Just got here, nigga.
I think in terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future. Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I do not currently see a reason.
Yeah, we already saw that clip.
My question is more about your work at Doge, for example, was that worth it? You know, to the extent you are now, Elon, you were a somewhat divisive figure 2 years ago, but now you really are. I mean, there are people who love you, but there are a lot of people who dislike you, some of whom were your customers. And I wonder, was it worth the undertaking at Doge and everything else that you've done and how outspoken you've been in terms of the things you believe in to antagonize so many potential buyers and or users of things like a robo-taxi?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, what I've learned is that legacy media propaganda is very effective at making people believe things that aren't true.
What would an example of that be?
That I'm a Nazi, for example. Right. And how many legacy media
He is in fact a Nazi.
publications, talk shows, whatever, try to claim that I was a Nazi because of some random hand gesture at a rally where all
Yeah, random, it's just normal to, you know, go like that.
I said was that my heart goes out to you, and I was talking about space.
Yeah, sure,
It's like a, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I do. This seems a little immature now. For
Hey, the guy
$1,000.
sent $1,000.
Yeah, but it seems slightly immature.
It's all fucking
it's just
slick
for-
now.
it's a little-
See, it little fun. is.
I gotta grip it.
Uh-oh, Andrew. If you can't open it either.
Well, your hand greased the whole top of it.
My hand are fine. Here, high five.
It
My
literally,
shoes are fine.
it's like, feel it. Isn't that greasy?
It was like that already. Oh my god.
No,
you're
it
ridiculous.
wasn't. You greased the top.
Use
Oh
your
my
shirt.
Jesus,
Use your
Andrew.
shirt,
If you can't open the olive jar, you cannot
Here,
blame my
while we're
hand.
doing olive jar.
If you're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I gotta be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
Uh-oh.
Grab me a paper towel so I can dry the top of it off.
Okay, once the top is dry, if you still
But do
can't
we
get it
now
out.
need to allow...
The same thing happened to Alex Jones with the fucking pickles when he was talking about Hillary Clinton.
her another opportunity with the
Yeah, give her the paper towel so
Give her
that...
the
No,
paper
I
towel.
think you should do it, Andrew. You're the big, strong man. There you go. Come on.
Here, I'm going to let some
I'm
chats come
greased.
through. We got some
Red
chats
Fox
while they're working on that.
donated
Red Fox,
$200.
thank you.
Deontology prioritizes intent, but threshold exceptions introduce consequentialist reasoning.
I'll let you go first if you want.
No, Andrew, I greased it all up. There you
Are
go.
absolute. Introducing
Oh my
a
God.
threshold is ad hoc.
Red Fox, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I can't grip the fucker.
Uh-oh.
Like, I gotta have a way to grip it.
Jungle.
Andrew, I'm sorry. It's not.
It might...
He has a fucking paper towel, dude. What the fuck?
Fingers slip
What a
right off the
backfire.
lid. My fingers are literally slipping off the lid. I just can't grip it.
You know what? Maybe the olive jars are harder than the pickle jars.
They're not hard to open, but I can't grip the fucking
me?
thing.
Watch this shit.
So you can't blame me for my greasy fingers now. Like, go on.
It's still greasy. The top of it's like...
You tried it with like 4
Feel
minutes
it yourself. Tell me
Should
I'm
I-
wrong.
You know what?
Is that not greasy and
It is actually a
sticky?
little greasy.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking greasy.
I'm going to let...
But it's the top, not the
Lulu
sides.
donated $200.
Lulu, thank you for this.
Katara, you got good morals,
Who's
but you're not
Katara?
engaging with Andrew on the level in which he's challenging you.
Oh, he's calling me.
Here, you know what? Let me
Yeah,
comment.
this is not openable.
You believe in.
Fucking Fort
Read
Knox.
a philosophy book.
Here, go, go, go.
Yeah, just can't grip them.
Okay, now I want it to be
I got
open.
this,
It's like pissing
boys.
me
Pisses
off.
me off.
Yeah, I know.
Should
it's
we
fine.
have...
Dude, that's hilarious. You want to bet I could open the fucking pickle jar? Thanks for the donation, retard. Oh my god.
Hey baby, get in my fucking basement. Grabs her and pulls out dick. Why are you trying to run, bitch? Come here 24 hours later in police station. What? I was just taking Richard's advice.
Well, that's why you keep her locked in the basement. Then, problem solved. Can't call the police when you're locked in the basement. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Fuck me VG, you going to react to something or just fucking moan about women like fuck me? You've said the same thing about 20 times. Are you on a loop and stuck or something? I needs my autistic vids.
Well, don't worry, we're getting there. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam. You donated $2. Good riddance, Moon. Alright, well that's good the evil moon was destroyed. Thanks for the donation, E.
Stream says reacting not yapping react VG come on react also don't have a bitch fit.
Don't worry, I'll be reacting. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
Funny how 3 to 4 years ago you was dunking on the ISM calling him a retard, now you just saying everything the goat was preaching in his prime. Oh how the tables have turned. Women love warm nut on their face. They only love Chad Pookie Tyrone and Ray Ray.
Darius M is a fucktard loser. That guy is not someone you want to take advice from. Thanks for the donation though, 21st.
The example with the bear can also be applied vice versa. We have only texted once per day always, because she said that she doesn't want to invest much time in texting and rather meet, because in her experience in person it is often a different story.
Why are you wasting your time? Like, dude, you're full of shit. This is just pure cope. You're telling me you've literally only sent this girl one single message per day, but you fell in love and confessed her love to you, and you're disappointed that she didn't reciprocate. Like, fuck off. You're just move on. Don't waste your time. You're just coping. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
So basically it's the men who have now become the strong independent ones and the woman who have become the inkles that is so ironic.
Don't know if that's going on, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I know you think I should ditch her, but please tell me what I could possibly do to change the power dynamic from confession to her first. She is an introvert and quite special. I don't think you can apply these generalizations on her.
You're just being stupid and you're wasting your time. Like, there's nothing you can do to just make somebody attracted to you. She's not attracted to you, so just move on. It's stupid. And on top of that, no, she's not special. No one's special. So, oh, I need to date her. I need her to fall in love with me. How can I do that? She's the one. Like, no. There's, what, like 3.5, 4 billion other women on the fucking planet, and you're telling me that she's unique and special from everyone else? Like, you're being a fucking simp. It's just dumb. So, there's a million other women, that literally live within 5 minutes from you who would probably be as good, if not better, relationship partners, so stop coping. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Hey, do you like my new profile picture? It's from last night, LOL. Dude, while you were sleeping people were saying forbidden words in chat including me, but you were asleep so you couldn't ban and get angry lol, PLS no ban.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'll let it slide just this once. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
You seem to be a lot more energized now that you're eating more. I'm glad to see you doing better now. Are you still in a deficit, or are you just benching the diet altogether for the time being?
I'm still in a deficit. So, I'm making sure I eat at least 2,000 calories per day. But I'm still in a deficit. Thanks for the donation, Tyler. Thanks for the donation, donate $2. Alu speaking facts.
Whatever you do, do not, and I repeat, do not become important at your job. They're gonna have you start doing extra work. You're getting the same $17 an hour, twin. No matter what you do, no matter how hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of true.
Hey, fuck no, not letting that slide. I got 30-minute timeout.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Bootycum. I have no idea what you're talking about. Also, speaking of the moon.
Yes, they have with the men their own way movement, and now you have all these feminists online complaining that men won't date them, so basically it's now the men who have become the strong independent ones and the women, wow, have become the incels. How ironic.
I think women are just complaining that men that they're interested in dating have no interest in them. That's all they're really complaining about. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Things like this, that Jews should leave to the moon or that Israel should be on the moon. Let's just pretend for a second that every Jew left to the moon. All the doctors, all the innovators, all the scientists. Well, immediately people would be very happy. You'd see people like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Jake Shields consider this a big win. They would rejoice. The evil Jew people can't control them anymore. Now, within a short time, the moon would become very technologically advanced. And in fact, Earth would become very jealous of it. It wouldn't take long for Earth to send people up to the moon and claim that they're truly indigenous to it and that the Jews are occupying it. Within a short time, they would probably attack the moon. And they would lose. And then they would blame the moon for the war. Despite the attacks on the moon, the Jews would say, you can still come live here if you want to coexist. But people wouldn't accept that. They would still call them occupiers and say that they deserve all the moon, that there is no opportunity for coexistence with Jews on the moon, that it belongs to Earth. Within a short time, certain religions would take advantage of democracy and propagate throughout Western civilization, utterly destroying it. But so long as they could keep attention on the moon, people wouldn't care. They would accept it. In fact, they would blame the moon people for all the terrorism, all the extremism that takes place on Earth. With the Earth's final moments, with its...
Yeah, I mean, something like that would happen. Thanks for the donation, thanks for the donation.
When? I said that word in the comments and you put me in a 30 minutes timeout.
I don't remember that. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
They are rage, brutal, without mercy. But you will be worse. Rip and tear until it is done.
Do you think if Customs did target Hassan for questioning based on his political views that it would be justified? For example, I feel it would be justified in the same way that I would want police to question a kid at school 'cause they praise schoolers.
So he lied about the entire set of circumstances. He was only interviewed for 5 minutes. He claimed it was 2 hours. He also probably lied about the questions he was asked. So I don't believe Hassan when he says they're asking me weird questions like, do you like Donald Trump? Do you like support Hamas? You know, so who cares? He lies about everything unless there's video footage or something you can prove any of this. I don't believe any of it. And even if he was asked those sort of questions, yeah, given the statements he's made online supporting the 9/11 terror attacks, supporting Hamas, Houthis, totally fair to ask those questions. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Did you know that Inmendum has a website and he's been making videos yapping about his weird philosophy since 2007? He has thousands of videos literally almost every day. LOL. And yeah, the bomber had Inmendum's website linked in his manifesto.
Yes, I'm very well aware of that. Thanks for the donation, CDG. They did a really poor job of explaining why the Doom guy was still able to technically be alive in the underworld. I don't know if it has anything to do with being in the divinity machine, or if it had something to do with him getting some kind of power from one of those wraiths that touched him.
By blood right, we invoke the dark powers to call upon the damned.
The Makers are still not responding. Defenses about to be breached.
I'm going back.
Azaric is keeping her alive on his ship. If she dies, his power would die. with her. I can take you to her.
Unhinged 3D print.
Yeah, Doom Dark Ages was kind of a big letdown.
Experiments, they're fun, right? You know, printing upside down, cooking on a printer, tattooing people with them. But the thing that got me into 3D printing to begin with was prop making. Full-sized armor, giant prop, stuff like that, I'm a sucker for every time. So when Bethesda came to me and asked me to build the Doomslayer's armor from Doom the Dark Ages, and then offered me the perfectly game-accurate files on the silver platter, I couldn't say no. Wait, there's
I wonder if any of that's being released publicly. I might actually bother getting a 3D printer and making Doomslayer outfit.
They're sponsoring this, so I can use their music, right? Instead of the wait, this is so much better! I'm talking more like Blender. He's huge, bro! Look.
Oh, it's like my favorite skin.
Listen, I like Doom more than all of you.
And since Dan does a lot of the organic modeling for a ton of the props that I make, I let him handle the model that Bethesda sent over, or should I say, he demanded that he be the one to handle it. Now this file was crazy detailed. This was the original ZBrush file from Bethesda, so splitting it up and getting it to be printable still took Dan a hot minute, even with his skill level. The file was so big and intricate, he had to go buy more RAM. I can't make this up. Oh yeah, how do we want to scale this thing?
So I was just thinking that we could use this scan that I got of myself.
Dan, me and you are the exact same size.
So then it'll fit perfectly.
Now typically I'll make 3D printed props or armor by first printing it, then by plastic welding any pieces together, sanding it all down, and spraying it with filler primer and filling dents with spot putty. After this, it's really just a game of how many times do you want to sand the thing until it's smooth. This is like a decent size for a chest piece, but this is the shoulder belt. It's gonna be big.
Your thighs don't just look like that?
These are his shins. This is the knee. These literally look like shoulder pads.
That's your right knee.
So thus began more and more printing and plastic welding. Do you just know where all these go?
Yes.
How long have you stared at this suit?
The file on my computer is now 156 gigs.
Okay. This is where we're at thus far.
We can't even do a test fit until it's done. So I put the model of Doom, and then I scaled it down, scaled to Kev's head.
Kev head. This is Kev head. A model of our friend Kev. 20,000 times in a row. I'm sparing you. Why? And chipping. So our goal for this build is to paint the entire thing chrome, mask off certain parts, paint the green or the brown on top so that when we remove the masking, we end up with a cool battle damaged look with metal showing up underneath. But first things first, to get everything chrome, we need a glossy black coat, which we can get with black primer and a 2-part automotive clear coat. Shiny. Shiny ready for chrome. Then we can take Duralumin, which is a chrome paint made by our buddy the Digital Armory, and we overlay this on top of the clear coat in light layers to get a perfectly chrome finish.
Oh my gosh, why is everything chrome?
And now we get to do the fun part of covering up all the hard work that we've done. How are we going to mask it off? Well, some pieces like the edges are chrome. We'll just use tape, because we're not stupid. For all the gashes and stuff, we can use liquid latex. You can use this. Some people use toothpaste. Some people also use mustard. Don't people use mustard? I heard that somewhere.
It works.
You've done it?
Yeah. Like for older stuff, like if
Does it not make it like smell like gross, or am I tripping?
on foam, it will. I've used toothpaste more than I've used mustard.
Can you imagine building something out of foam and over it and then peel it off and it's gonna look like metal scratches up underneath?
It seems like far too much work.
Done with the painting process, but look at it. Like the thighs? I mean, come on. We're gonna have to start kind of putting them together. We also have all these little resin printed tiny finger pieces over here. This looks like a lot. Because it's a lot. I ended up getting some chainmail gloves, attach these on top of. Could you imagine what the whole hand's gonna look like? So the fun thing about printing with clear resin is it looks a little foggy at first, but if you sand it down and then hit it with a clear coat, it clears things up. So we'll just use some tint and we'll put it over there and we'll install the visor. Now Doom Guy also has chainmail, and despite the fact that I told Dan we should just buy chainmail, he refused because it's, quote, not what Doom Guy would do. So instead I purchased 3,000 small metal rings and a pair of pliers and sent him on his way. The more and more I look at this thing, the smaller I feel, because this is huge. Oh, the panels together, as well as glued on some of the spikes. All right, so stringing fingers together. Like leather, diamond, weave.
That looks reasonable.
That looks... Holy cow, are those expensive, and I didn't really feel like making molds for some. But recently I've seen some mutuals on social media using this certain TPU filament with foam-like properties, and I've been kinda wanting to try it out. The company also just so happens to sell versions of this that are skin tone colored, so I purchased a couple spools and did a little test print. Epic! Wow!
Looks like you gotta unclog a printer.
Man, and that would have worked really well. Okay, I went to go try to unclog this. Look at that. Look at that. It didn't clog, it just got freaking tangled around. It might actually work fine. We're gonna try this again. Yes. I like this. Little bits here on the back from where the Z seam kinda is, but we can reorient that to wherever we want, so.
I think we should let the part decide how it wants to orient its Z-seam.
Yo, that's weird. A little rough in some places.
Dude, that's sick. I might have to get a 3D printer.
But most of this is gonna get covered up.
Yeah, when I put the suit on, I don't think I'm gonna need those biceps. We can just leave those off for me.
I weigh more than you. It does look creepy. Proportions are gonna be interesting for this because we want him to look like a tank and look at me. There you go. So, and then I unfolded the model in Pepakura, which basically transforms it. This between these two. Assembling chainmail. No, it was not done yet. I weathered the parts and also airbrushed the biceps to make them look a little bit more realistic.
This is the last ring.
Really hot glue to melt this to the glove, but because it's stainless steel weave, the hot glue melts through and burns to my skin.
Bert, you can put another glove on underneath that.
Yep, but with the Doom Slayer.
Yeah, that's dope.
The calves are so big, they like keep wanting to like hit each other. Upholstery foam to the inside of the belt so it would sit on your hip to the foam chest mount that we had made earlier.
That looks so sick.
Dude.
That's huge, brother.
Yeah.
Wait.
Dude, it's too bad Rich Piana's dead. He'd be like fucking perfect for that type of fucking suit.
Oh my gosh! Hand plates, the spikes on the helmet. I have to wear a black undersuit, and then we have the cape. Oh, and the chainmail on the side. Doom. Doom.
When you go to bed and like wake up.
You mean sleep? They sit. My airbrush light coat build, you definitely don't want to miss the new girl in here. I bet my neighbors are gonna be like, oh boy, what's she doing today? Oh, there goes a worm. Probably be a good time to tell him.
Rob.
Oh, so happy. Dan.
Yes.
Okay, I've been thinking about it.
Are you firing me?
No, the opposite. Okay.
Like I can have. Hell yeah!
Dan, you're Doom Guy.
Oh.
That is far too much effort to actually make a whole fucking costume on your own. But that did look cool.
Has just announced its word of the year for 2024. It's actually two words, and this kind of caught me by surprise. They are brain rot.
Supposed deterioration of a person's mental or intellectual state, especially viewed as a result of overconsumption of material, now particularly online content, considered to be trivial or unchallenging.
Chat, are we cooked, or should we let Gen Alpha cook? If you think I sound insane, chances are you're not chronically online. And if you aren't, trying to talk to the younger generation might feel like deciphering a whole new language, one so absurd it seems like they're actively dismantling English itself.
Skibbity.
Skibbity. I don't know what skibbity means. What does it mean?
But I don't think that outrage is justified. So in this video, I want to yap about the evolution of the English language, the introduction of brain rot, its effects on literacy levels, and whether Gen Alpha is truly killing communication or just reshaping it. English has never been this pure, polished thing. It's more like a giant collage made from bits of history. It started with invasions. The Anglo-Saxons gave us the base, words like house, friend, knight, and then the Normans invaded in 1066 and dumped in a ton of French, which is why we have both kingly, which is Old English, and royal, which is French, or ask and demand. Then, during the Renaissance, guys like Shakespeare started playing with the language. He literally made up words like bedroom, swagger, lonely, and addiction. A lot of the poetic, emotional side of English, what gives it depth, comes from this era. Fast forward to global trade and colonization, and English started picking up words from all over the world. From Hindi, we got shampoo and pajamas. From Arabic, sugar and alcohol.
Man, you were right, VG. The future of our species is screwed.
Well, we'll see. Time will tell. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Even booze might come from Dutch, and zombie, that comes from West African and Haitian Creole roots. All of this shaped how we use English today, which is why there's 5 different ways to say the exact same thing, why it's full of contradictions, and why it's so easy to remix. The language didn't just evolve, it absorbed everything around it. But arguably, the biggest shift in how English evolved didn't come from Shakespeare or colonial trade, it came from where we are right now, the internet. Once the internet went mainstream in the early 2000s, it started creating its own dialect. Forums, chat rooms, and gaming servers gave rise to a new kind of slang, one built for speed, anonymity, and inside jokes. You had acronyms sprout up like LOL, BRB, OMG, and ROFL, which are shortcuts that still carried clear meaning. And as long as you knew what they stood for, you knew exactly what someone was trying to say. Keep that in mind because it's going to be relevant later in the video. Emoticons like the smiley face with a nose or XD replaced full sentences. Even misspellings like teh or pwned became part of the culture, not as errors, but as part of the humor. A lot of it came from typing fast or wanting to seem casual without trying too hard. It wasn't about proper grammar, it was about sounding like you were part of the internet itself. Whether that meant RuneScape, AIM, or 4chan, how you spoke was just as important as what you said. The earlier internet slang when I was growing up on the internet from like 2000
Thank you for that 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, dude. 21st $22. If I asked you 2 months before Jasmine broke up with you, if you're prepared to be with Jasmine for the rest of your life, what would you have said? No? By the way, did you have any sex drive when you got really lean way back for that bodybuilding show? No. Thanks for the donation, dude.
2005 to 2012 had this nerdy, ironic, hyper-specific energy to it. Stuff like noob, lay epic fail, you mad bro, and trollololol came from meme culture, gaming forums, or broken translations. And for a zillennial like me, few words hit harder than the all-time classic, derp. Derp, 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 derp. These terms didn't spread because they were poetic, they spread because they were funny, recognizable, and made you feel like you were in on a secret joke. And here's the thing, the internet didn't just create a new way to talk, it changed who gets to shape language. According to a study on the impact of social media on language evolution, platforms like TikTok, Reddit, and Twitter have democratized language change. Instead of trends coming from dictionaries or institutions, they're now being driven by users. Anyone with a phone and a good joke can influence how millions of people speak.
I think we have to accept the fact that Kai Cenat is the modern day Shakespeare. I mean, think about it. He's not only producing entertainment for the masses like Shakespeare was, but he's responsible for coining and popularizing so many new words like riz, gyat, huz, and phantom tax. But more importantly, there are millions of people out there referencing those words by interweaving them into their daily conversations.
The study points out that this has also led to the rise of microlanguages, tight-knit online communities with their own slang, emojis, and memes, constantly adding new layers to how we communicate. Think of things like the terms mewing and mogging first being coined within niche incel communities, then going mainstream through memes. Or phantom tax, which started as an inside joke from Kai Cenat's fanbase and is now understood across Gen Alpha meme pages. And this shift has been tracked over time. Another massive analysis of 300 million social media comments found that digital communication is consistently getting shorter and less complex, with messages becoming more emotionally charged and more meme-like. The algorithm rewards language that grabs attention fast, and we've adapted to that. So yeah, the internet created a space where language didn't have to follow rules, it just had to hit. To make someone laugh, feel something, or share it. And in a weird way, it's not that far off from what Shakespeare was doing, twisting words, breaking structure, and reshaping English to fit the moment. Social media just took that rebellious creativity and gave it to everyone. I think we all know that getting sucked into brain rot content can come with a lot of negative consequences. At this point, your phone feels like a necessary body part that is wreaking havoc on your mental health. If you're struggling with social media addiction and you want to put some healthy boundaries between you and brain rot, then getting the help of a coach on today's sponsor, Strawberry.me, might be. Now, by the time Vine and eventually TikTok rolled in, that same rule-breaking energy didn't just continue, it exploded. Language didn't just adapt to the internet anymore, it adapted to our increasingly fragmented attention. On Vine, you had 6 seconds to land a joke. On TikTok, if you don't grab someone in the first few seconds, they're already gone. So the language evolved again to be faster, weirder, and more extreme. Full sentences got replaced by one-word reactions. Mood, same, slay, vibe, dead. Entire emotions collapsed into a single emoji. And when the perfect word didn't exist, sometimes people repurposed one or coined a new one altogether. Delulu, Riz, Gyat, and Skibbity didn't come out of thin air, but they did get reshaped by internet culture into something way bigger than their original meaning. And it's not always just random noise. These words often condense complex feelings or social cues into something instantly recognizable. Delulu isn't just delusional, it's a specific kind of ironic self-delusion, like knowing your crush will never notice you but choosing to believe it anyway. Riz isn't just charisma, it's effortless social confidence with meme potential baked in. This is where we start seeing what people now call brain rot language. Not because it's stupid, but because it feels hyper-processed, like it came from the inside of someone's overstimulated, terminally online brain. The kind of language that hits your dopamine receptors before your logical brain can even catch up. Along with that, brain rot slang is also a reflection of the broader youth culture as a whole. I've talked about this in my Gen Z meaning crisis video, but this post-ironic humor that is so absurd and incoherent that the incoherence itself is what makes it funny, is a symptom of a postmodern culture that's increasingly detached from any stable sense of reality or meaning. Postmodernism pushes back on the idea that there's one universal truth or reality we can all agree on. Instead, it argues that truth is often shaped by language, culture, and power. What we call truth is usually just a dominant perspective. In that sense, everything is constructed and, in a cultural sense, often remixed. In that world, irony kind of becomes a coping mechanism, because if nothing cultural breakdown slang, it's not even humor. Third-year computer science students in the Philippines found that while their overall writing performance stayed relatively consistent across areas like grammar, coherence, and content, there was a noticeable pattern of internet slang appearing in their essays, reflecting their day-to-day communication habits. The study notes that, quote, some of the internet slangs they usually use in social media were also noticed in their outputs, and that social media habits had a negative correlation with vocabulary performance, suggesting students were more likely to use informal or inappropriate words in formal contexts. But here's where it gets more nuanced. It's not just about internet slang ruining literacy, it's also about how we're teaching people to navigate digital spaces in the first place. A 2025 meta-analysis published in Humanities and Social Sciences Communications looked at 35 independent studies with over 48,000 students, and they found a significant medium positive correlation between digital literacy and academic achievement. In other words, students who are better at using and understanding digital tools tend to do better in school, but what matters is how we teach and define digital literacy.
Boring and gay.
Sacrifice to be famous on the internet? Your dignity? Your safety? Or what about your freedom?
I just want to apologize for what I've done, and
if the answer to these three questions is yes, then you might just be Johnny Somali, one of the most hated streamers in the world, who is now facing a maximum of 31 years in a South Korean prison. But how did it get this bad? Not much is known about the early life of Ramzi Khalid Ismail. Before he began his content creation journey, Johnny was attending Arizona State University. At least that's according to him. He's also claimed to be a real estate manager, a financial advisor, and even the owner of a vape company. As dubious as these claims are, they pale in comparison to his supposed ethnic background. He claims that he is half Ethiopian and half Somalian, and has claimed to be a former child soldier and Somali pirate, both of which are certainly untrue. What is known is that Johnny began uploading videos onto YouTube in October of 2022. Unfortunately, his original YouTube channel has been removed from the platform due to violations that we'll certainly delve into later, meaning that some of these videos in their entirety are lost to time. However, judging by the uploads present, Johnny seemed to be focused on vlog-style content, mainly showing off his experience at parties or clubs. After his first video, documenting a Halloween party in Arizona, Johnny had a handful of uploads in Bangkok, Thailand. These vlogs are not offensive by any means. If anything, they seem like innocent and earnest attempts at a career in content creation. Most of his videos only managed to get a few hundred views. However, he seemed to get lucky quite early, with a video titled "The Craziest Club in Bangkok" pulling in nearly 200,000 views in 4 months. Despite the spike in viewership, the content itself was nothing worth subscribing for, and he hardly saw any growth as a result. One viral video simply wasn't going to cut it for Johnny if he wanted to make a name for himself, and he needed to shake things up. This likely explains his decision to begin IRL streaming, something others like Neon, Jack Doherty, and FouseyTube were finding success in at the time.
What? Little Prop, what you gonna do? What you gonna do, Little Prop? Yeah!
Of course, Johnny didn't just borrow their format. He also adopted their propensity to disturb the peace and farm clips, and he came up with the perfect environment.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
And I also want to point out.
I have just 2 minutes left. I asked you a specific
I want to
question.
point out something, Senator. You presided here, I think, for 32 years. You presided over the destruction of the health of the American people.
Well,
Our people are now the sickest people in the world.
Seriously.
Because you have not done your job.
Seriously. That is an
What have you done
amazing
about it? What have you done about the epidemic of chronic disease?
Mr. Secretary,
what have you done about the epidemic of chronic disease?
Seriously, Madam
Secretary,
Chairman.
I would ask it to hold back and let the senator ask the questions.
Mr. Secretary, I'm asking you a question about childcare. I'm asking you who made the decision to withhold childcare and development block grant funding.
That was made by my department.
Okay, and you said last week, quote, "We were not cutting thousands of scientists, we are not cutting clinical trials." But I want you to know in the last 4 months, you fired or pushed out nearly 5,000 NIH staff and terminated more than 1,600 NIH grants. That includes more than 240 clinical trials across the country. So whose decision was it to fire scientists and terminate these NIH grants and the clinical trials?
Senator, I don't trust your information with all due respect. You told me 3 days ago or 4 days ago that we had cut a clinical trial in your state, and what you said turned out to be completely untrue, and you knew it was untrue because you corresponded with Jay Bhattacharya before
Madam
that.
Chairman, I will answer that. It shouldn't take me, first of all, raising an issue with you face to make sure NIH is working its way through this. The woman that was in question, as I clarified to you at the last committee, was qualified for a clinical trial, unlike you stated. So
Untrue. Untrue.
No, that is true.
Untrue. She qualified this week. We shouldn't be talking about patients' private information.
I agree.
Anyway.
And let's leave that. And I will just say your staff didn't get back to me till 45 minutes ago.
We have the emails. We have the emails from your staff 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, you were corresponding. What you said you knew was untrue when you said it to me.
You came here to argue with me. I came here to ask you questions about your budget request. Your budget request is asking us to cut dramatically, but I am also making the point that Senator Baldwin made, that what you are doing right now is enacting your budget that Congress has not passed by cutting critical funding across the board. And I think this committee will find that to be very detrimental in the future.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about...
Well, that's great. Well, thank you, Trump. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Meant to reign terror in. A country like Japan is a common destination for live streamers looking to spice up their content, with its beautiful cities, parks, restaurants, and general culture. However, most creators make it a priority to keep in mind the cultural expectations that come with visiting the land of the rising sun. One of those expectations is engaging in the strict social etiquette expected from Japan's citizens and its visitors, which emphasizes quiet, courteous, and polite behavior while in public. It's likely that these exact social staples are what drew Johnny Somali in, as they would exacerbate all of his public outbursts. And not only one day in, Johnny would make his presence in the country felt as he began harassing a Japanese citizen while riding the subway.
You know Hiroshima? You know Hiroshima? Nagasaki? You know. Why you do this? Pearl Harbor?
For no discernible reason, Johnny decided it was appropriate to interrogate a random stranger on why they did Pearl Harbor and brought up Hiroshima and Nagasaki, obviously in reference to when the United States dropped atomic bombs onto those cities.
Nagasaki, you know. You know Hiroshima, Nagasaki? We're gonna do again. What? Hiroshima, Nagasaki. We do again.
This is obviously ridiculous, not only because the man is clearly too young to have been alive or responsible for Pearl Harbor, but also because simply saying the names of two cities is not a clear slight or insult. Outside of the intent, it's just simply confusing. It's essentially the equivalent of walking up to an American and saying, New York City, Dallas, Texas, in the hopes of offending them somehow. This man, obviously confused about what was going on, and maybe even frightened by Johnny's aggressive diatribe, sat there trying to make sense of the situation. Luckily, a fellow American was also on the subway and decided to confront him.
You know. What? What do you mean?
Where are you from?
You know where I'm from?
Where are you from?
I'm from America.
You're from America?
Yes.
So am I.
Johnny, likely believing he was also Japanese due to him being Asian, began incoherently yelling the names Hiroshima and Nagasaki at him as well. Of course, this also came along with threats of doing Pearl Harbor to you again.
So am I.
You're from America?
Yeah, you're being obnoxious.
You know what we do to you?
What do you do?
We will do again.
Do what?
Hiroshima, Nagasaki. You understand?
Do you think I'm Japanese?
Where are you from?
I'm from America.
Where are you from? What's your name?
Texas, buddy.
Now, realizing that his insults make even less sense directed at a Korean guy, he begins reminding him of the Korean War.
Yes. Korean War, you know what happened to you?
Come on, don't touch me. Obnoxious, brother.
Don't touch me,
Leave
brother.
this guy alone.
Korean War, North Korean War, you know.
I'm glad this dipshit went to South Korea, where they're not nearly as polite and they don't fuck around like Japan.
This line in particular, "you know what we did to you," is extremely funny when you consider that this guy could potentially be and is most likely of South Korean heritage. During the Korean War, the United States allied themselves with South Korea and assisted them in maintaining their sovereignty after North Korea invaded them. Johnny clearly seems to believe the Korean War was fought between the United States and Korea, a country that has technically not existed since 1945. The two would argue for some time before Johnny reached his stop and got off the subway. Fortunately for him, the situation situation had not escalated any further than a brief confrontation. However, it seems that someone amongst his very small viewership decided to clip this interaction on the subway, and it eventually found its way to both Reddit and Twitter. The clip quickly picked up millions of views, and infuriated almost everyone who saw it. Unsurprisingly, Japanese citizens became particularly enraged by what they saw, and one even took it upon themselves to confront Johnny directly.
No problem. There's no problem. Over to the other. There's no problem. No. No, we did. Hey, we chill. Bye.
The man eventually gets off his bike and starts walking towards him, which causes a visibly frightened Johnny to begin backing up. After walking away for some time, the man approaches on his bike once again, although he was not nearly as hostile as he would have initially assumed, simply hoping to have a discussion about what had gone down.
Somebody give me money? No. Somebody give me money, and they said, say it. No. So I said it on the train. You say it? Yeah. Somebody give me money. Somebody? You know, donation. So who? Somebody on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube comment? Yeah, YouTube comment, give me money.
When asked for a reason as to why he did what he did, he claimed he was told to do so by a donator, which seems to be a blatant lie. But even if someone did give him money, it's not like Johnny had to do what they said. He could have just ignored the donation. He has free will. At least I think he does. Shortly after, the police show up and question Johnny, although he received no real consequences at the time, other than a week-long ban from streaming on Kick, his primary platform of choice. Aside from that, if anything, he was positively reinforced by the situation, with a whole new set of eyes on his content waiting to see what he would do next. But as it turns out, Johnny wouldn't have to do anything to find his next viral moment. The day he returned to live streaming, Johnny made a promise to clean up his act moving forward. However, while making the promise, he was attacked on the street.
Let's be respectful, you know what I mean? I hope nobody in the chat was saying weird. If I go back and whoa.
Regardless of his stated intentions to respect the Japanese people, a large target remained on his back, and so there was no incentive for him to behave cordially either, considering that as long as he remained in Japan, he would also remain a prime target for confrontation. A few days later, a group of young men, led by the Japanese YouTubers Rengoku and Guts, vowed to find Johnny and scare him out of the country, and it wasn't long until they located the Airbnb he was staying at. What's more, likely in an attempt to get Johnny banned on Kick, Rengoku stripped completely naked in direct sight of Johnny's camera. Luckily for Johnny, an English and Japanese-speaking translator was able to de-escalate the situation, and Johnny formally issued an apology.
Gomenasai, Japan. Gomenasai. I'm sorry.
Many in the chat, including Johnny.
They should have knocked his ass out, dude. Somebody should have knocked all the teeth out of this guy's fucking head.
His translator seemed unconvinced that his apology was sincere.
No, I am trying to learn. I told them sorry.
You were barely trying.
I told them sorry.
But regardless, Johnny did have a real chance to turn things around here. The Japanese YouTubers were willing to let sleeping dogs lie and just back off. But Johnny was starting to develop an addiction to an extremely powerful drug: attention. He had gotten a few viral clips on Twitter and Reddit, and while the attention was all negative, his audience was undoubtedly growing, even if all of the newcomers were just there to see whatever shenanigans he got into and encourage his bad behavior. Ultimately, this chance to turn things around would be squandered, as only a day later, Johnny would have the police called on him again for disturbing the peace on a subway.
We are going to police station.
Why? Why police station?
To hear your opinion on their
My passport's okay.
Apparently, one of the men present for the confrontation the night prior was following Johnny and called the police on him when he noticed him acting belligerent. Despite this, the police were kind and cordial with him, although their English was insufficient to effectively communicate. So they asked him to travel with them to the police station to meet an interpreter. This request greatly upset Johnny, who claimed to be a victim of racist persecution.
USA Embassy, I will go. This is racism.
Despite this supposedly unfair treatment, the police officers here were both patient and kind, and even escorted him to a nearby taxi and allowed him to leave. This should have been Johnny's sign to leave the country and return home, as it was clear that nobody wanted him there. However, likely blinded by the prospects of capitalizing on his recent infamy, he chose to stay. Unsurprisingly, a long string of encounters with Japanese citizens would occur over the coming months. A short while after this fiasco, Johnny was once again attacked in the street.
Right now, hop in Discord. Oh, whoa.
In only a few weeks, Johnny had managed to find himself not only as the most hated man in Japan, but also one of the most hated on the entire internet. Many were calling for his immediate deportation, while others were hoping for a potential jail sentence instead. Whether it be due to the immense backlash or the increasing hostility he was facing, Johnny seemed to believe that remaining in Japan was untenable for now. So he opted for a quick trip to Bali before returning, but not to Japan, but instead to Thailand. Despite his fears of unsavory consequences for his actions, Johnny had no intention of cleaning up his act. One of his main reasons for even visiting Thailand in the first place was to potentially come in contact with Ice Poseidon, the original IRL streamer. And as luck would have it, Johnny would find the perfect opportunity to introduce himself. In late June of 2023, I
saw a spook that looked like a gook, and I couldn't believe my eyes. The children of niggers play in bushels of hay. It is the United States' demise. Blacks always rob and refuse to get a job. They're all monkey fucking slobs. Heal Hitler.
Alright, thanks for the donation, racist haiku writer.
Poseidon was enjoying dinner with his girlfriend at a restaurant in Thailand. A fellow streamer, not with his group, eventually approached the table and began having a discussion, before stripping down his clothes to reveal a set of women's lingerie. One of the staff graciously asked the man to put his clothes back on, which he did listen to. However, Ice decided to remove his clothes shortly after and put the underwear on himself. Ice then proceeded to comedically give his girlfriend a lap dance, while his friend kept their private dining room door locked. If you did something like this in the United States, you would probably be kicked out of the restaurant in the worst case scenario. However, in Thailand, they handled disturbances like this very differently. The general manager, along with a handful of security guards, burst through the doors and confronted the group immediately.
And I would like all of you to go to the police station now. If you are doing something like this, it's unrespectful for Thai culture.
No, we're not doing any of that.
We don't do it.
No, it's not like that. We're not.
I see the photo, and all of them have CCTV.
With the police on their way, the manager continued to scold the group for their behavior. Meanwhile, Johnny Somali was streaming nearby, and his chat informed him of what was happening. So he made his way to the restaurant with the intention of saving Ice Poseidon.
I'm here as the lawyer. Listen, I have to save Chris.
Can you please turn off your live stream?
Oh no, it's not on. It's on.
It's not
It's
off.
live.
Please get out.
We have to save. I'm here.
Johnny quickly made his way out, and Ice and his friends were taken to the police station a short while after. Of course, he wasn't done stirring the pot from there. He decided that he should visit the police station in the hopes of protesting the arrest, although the police standing by refused his request to meet up with the group, and he was eventually told to leave. The issue with Ice and his trip to Thailand would linger for some time, with him spending a few months in jail before finally being allowed to leave. However, for Johnny, the moment had ended as soon as it started, and oddly enough, it was probably the least severe moment of his career thus far. But I'm sure you can guess that he would be back to wreaking havoc in his current stomping grounds. While Ice was still in police custody, Johnny was informed by his chat that a previous collaborator of Ice Poseidon, Burger Planet, also affectionately known as Burger Andy, was nearby eating dinner outside. So he decided to provoke him.
Get the out of here.
This interaction seemingly wasn't enough for Johnny, and a few days later, he would confront Burger Planet once again. Johnny was made aware that he, as well as infamous live streamer Sam Pepper, were hanging out at a nearby restaurant. With the intention of potentially farming a few extra clips, Johnny certainly got a lot more than he expected.
Come on, bro. There's a beautiful gift for you guys.
Get out of here. Leave
Hey,
us
man.
alone.
Shout
We
out
don't want
Eddie,
any
dog.
beef.
Shout out Eddie.
Clips like these really go to show just how despised someone like Johnny Somali had already become. Burger Andy and Sam Pepper are by no means well liked within the live streaming sphere. In fact, they're probably some of the most disliked people you can find in the entire community. And yet, nearly everyone was on their side for this interaction. Regardless of how much of a nuisance Johnny was being, it was unbelievably satisfying for viewers to see him humbled in a manner like this. But by that same token, Johnny was giving people exactly what they wanted. It didn't really matter who came out of each situation as the winner or the loser. All that truly mattered was how many eyes he could attract to his platform. But just because Johnny was finding success stream sniping other creators didn't mean his encounters with strangers were over, with an English-speaking man who was married to a Japanese woman directly confronting him for his behavior.
You go there insulting people like that. You know how many people died from Hiroshima joking about that?
I know.
So why
I
are you joking
already
about the people?
apologized. I was drunk.
I was drunk. I know how many families suffer, people suffer because of that. You're on the train harassing people like that? I was drunk.
In my research, I've never heard Johnny defend his outburst on the subway as a byproduct of being drunk, so I'm pretty sure this is a lie he made up on the spot in fear of getting beat up. Johnny would be recognized again while walking through the streets in Thailand, this time by a young couple having drinks. While the man—
Oh my goodness. I got a gum-gum. Hey, gum-gum. What's going on, little baby? Oh, that's a good kitty. Yeah, how's my little kitty? Hmm? Oh, Gum-Gum is so handsome. Oh.
and just verbally berated him, the woman got a little more physical.
Whoa! Whoa!
This girl, who was almost certainly drunk during this encounter, likely didn't realize that her outburst only benefited Johnny in the long run. The same can't be said for his next encounter. A short while later, Johnny would be recognized by another English-speaking man while roaming the streets, who wouldn't show nearly as much restraint as his last two encounters.
No.
Clearly, Johnny's attempts to dodge confrontation by fleeing Japan did very little in solving the issue, so he figured he might as well return to where it all started. If he was going to get perpetually beat up and screamed at regardless of where he went, he may as well do it in a place where he can farm as many clips as possible. While in Thailand, he claimed that he intended on returning to Japan in the hopes of apologizing to its people.
I'm going back to Japan soon, so I can make a proper apology to the Japanese people.
But it doesn't seem like Johnny had any intentions on following through with this promise. Unless, of course, he felt as though twerking in the middle of a subway the second he arrived in the country.
What's your diet consist of besides just tofu and barbecue sauce lol? Seems lacking in vitamins mate. Please don't rage, genuine question lol. Do you eat fruits/veggies like you used to? Also gum gum cum cum gum gum cum cum gum gum cum cum gum gum cum cum gum goo.
I've added some food back in because I've increased my calories, but I'm eating tofu, sweet potato, broccoli, blueberries, brown rice here and there, protein powder. Oh, gum. And I also have sunflower seeds. And I also like eating pickled peppers and olives. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Hey, Gummy. Oh, you are so handsome. Oh, it's my little Gum. So beautiful. I love my beautiful Gum.
Was a proper way to apologize. Johnny's second trip to Japan would somehow manage to be even more chaotic than the first, now accompanied by a fellow streamer named Gino, who would only serve to bounce off of Johnny and make his antics so much worse. And let me tell you guys, this Gino fella is a real scholar, a true intellectual.
I would wake up and I would check my underwear and it would be like, bro, it was just all in my underwear, bro. Like, it was just gooey, crusty. It was a mixture of gooey, crusty. Like, when I wake up in the morning, it's just gooey,
A notable moment early in their second trip came when Johnny, along with Gino, decided to stop by a McDonald's at 1 a.m. Very early into entering the store, Johnny is extremely rude and makes a racist remark about the Japanese language.
What does this say? Yo, this in Mulan language. What does it say? This is in Mulan language. What does it say?
While ordering his food, Johnny is unnecessarily loud and verbally aggressive to the woman taking his order. However, things get worse when a different employee brings them their food, but requests them to not point the camera at him. Of course, Johnny immediately points the camera towards the employee, causing them to walk away with their food and promptly call the police.
Give me the food.
I'm getting you on camera, bro. Just give me the food. Bro, just
we already paid for the food. Just give us the food.
Whoa!
What are your thoughts on Mike Israetel's hilarious sense of humor? Do you think he would be a great stand-up comedian?
He doesn't have a particularly good sense of humor, and he's gotten worse over time. He kind of just makes really dumb, crude jokes that don't land. Thanks for the donation, though, Mango. No, he would not make a good stand-up comedian. How's my gum-gum? So beautiful. Unicorn Jizz donated $2. Let me see. This has to be some kind of a skit. It's like too stupid.
Will you make me the happiest man and... Will you make me the happiest man and will you marry me?
Yes! 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 Oh my god, baby!
I love you.
I love you!
One of the worst YouTube...
Okay. Well, that doesn't make much sense. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz.
Is it worth it to get an Aura ring? Are they actually helpful or just a scam?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know anything about Aura rings. Are they just some kind of sleep tracker? I have no idea. Yeah, I can't tell you. Thanks for the donation, though, Tom.
Johnny and his friend decide that it's appropriate to start yelling and screaming belligerently before charging back into the store and demanding their food. Likely getting sick of their incessant nagging, the employee caved and handed them their order. However, as they began walking out of the store, a man on a bike confronted him. Johnny clearly shows a disregard for anyone who isn't himself, prioritizing any viral moment or snappy headline to potentially get him a few extra subscribers. This is best exemplified when he encountered a Japanese Twitch streamer named Meowko.
You live right now? What you live on? What you live on?
I am live on Twitch.
Twitch?
Yeah.
I'm on. How many viewers you got?
I have like 2,000.
2,000?
Yep.
I got 1,300. Why you blocking her? Why you blocking her? Oh my god, you got my name right here. You doxing me? What's up, dog? Where you from?
Meowko, likely unaware of who Johnny was at first, had no problem pointing the camera at him while engaging in conversation. The issue here is that Johnny is banned on Twitch. And for those of you in the audience who are unaware, Twitch has a very archaic rule where Twitch streamers are not allowed to feature banned streamers on their platform, not even on accident, meaning that Johnny was directly putting Meowko at risk for a ban. While not realizing it at first, she quickly changes her demeanor when her chat informs her of who she's actually talking to.
What's up? How you doing? Yeah, I'm Johnny Somali. Somali. Yeah, Johnny Somali.
Wait,
I'm your friend. I'm Johnny Somali. I'm the most famous in Japan. What's up? Who are you?
Johnny directly tells her to get banned as she walks away, implying that he knew what he was doing all along and was maliciously trying to get her stream shut down.
Get banned, bitch.
Later on Meowko's stream, the young woman is seen visibly upset with tears in her eyes. On Twitter, Meowko revealed she had spoken with Twitch and managed to avoid a ban, and explains why she was so upset in the clip. I hope he leaves Japan soon. I felt helpless that I couldn't do anything even though he was right in front of me. Thank you everyone for your concern. Although, that's not to say the interaction didn't affect her, with her claiming on stream that the interaction nearly gave her a panic attack. With the news that Johnny Somali was back and terrorizing anyone he could, it's no surprise that the local citizens and visitors alike became far more aggressive towards Johnny.
All you have to say don't grab nothing. Oh.
With 2 clean punches, both Johnny and Gino were knocked out cold. As they regained consciousness and picked up their camera,
yeah, more people need to do this to this guy.
it's clear to see that Johnny's mouth was visibly bloody from the encounter. For most people, getting punched in the face multiple times in public would be a big wake-up call. A moment of clarity to realize that the path you're on is the wrong one, whether it be because you want to do the right thing and stop being a nuisance to everyone around you, or because you just want to keep all of the teeth in your mouth. It's the time to quit. But this did not deter Johnny by any means. One of the main reasons for this, aside from the increased viewership, is the lack of legal repercussions. Despite Japan having strict social principles, these don't necessarily translate to any form of law that could put him in jail or get him to.
Did you see this?
Anonymous for the
Yeah,
voice.
I have. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Reported. But Johnny would eventually fly too close to the sun and get himself put in handcuffs. In late September of 2023, he found himself next to an active construction zone and decided to enter the job site without permission.
Oh, he's going into the warehouse? Nah, this is wild. I'm just a cameraman right here. I'm just a cameraman. I don't know what the is going on right now.
Even Gino, who has no problem with egging Johnny on in other situations, verbally expressed discomfort here, giving himself an alibi for a potential arrest by saying, "I'm just a cameraman." Johnny continues to make his way through the construction zone with a skeleton mask covering his face, and eventually one of the workers stands up to him.
Oh, he's mad.
Hey, oh, Fukushima.
Johnny then begins exclaiming Fukushima, referencing the nuclear meltdown that occurred in 2011, which displaced over 150,000 people from their homes. This not only rescinds all of his previous apologies, but it also shows him actively doubling down on his obnoxious behavior. Johnny was able to
Yeah, weighted hyperextensions are a decent deadlift accessory.
escape repercussions for a few hours, but eventually the police tracked him down and arrested him outside of a 7-Eleven.
Call the embassy. Call the embassy.
Gino was not on the scene at the time of his arrest and reacted to the news from his hotel room.
Gino, they're gonna get you as an accomplice? You think so? What do you mean they're looking for me? I'm in my hotel right now, bro.
Gino seemed to believe that he was safe from being arrested, and he decided to step outside of his room after waiting a few hours. What he didn't realize, however, was that the police were outside waiting for him. Gino eventually shut off his live stream, and he was taken to the police station a short time later. Although, as it turns out, his arrest had seemingly nothing to do with him trespassing in the construction zone. Rather, it was the result of him blasting loud text-to-speech donations while in a restaurant.
Chinese virus.
Anonymous.
Huawei.
China number
Huawei.
one. China number one.
We wouldn't hear much from Johnny or Gino for the next 2 months, as they were too preoccupied with court hearings to find time to harass more innocent people. But in late November of 2023, Gino would make a surprise appearance on his Kick channel to explain what had been going on since their disappearance. Gino explained that he had personally managed to dodge any legal repercussions. However, Johnny was charged for the public disturbance at the restaurant and was facing a potential sentence of 6 months in prison. In court, Johnny vowed to stop live streaming and return to America, where he would supposedly resume his studies. Ultimately, he was released from custody in January 2024 and given a fine of 200,000 yen, a little under 1,400 United States dollars. You may be confused as to why he would get off so easily. Well, it likely has something to do with the fact that he lied to the judge about numerous things.
The prosecutor asked me, "You earn money from advertisers in your videos online, right?" I said, "No."
I said no.
"But you do earn money, right?" "No."
Of course, if he was willing to lie about his income, he probably also lied about his intentions to stop streaming and get a real job, which turned out to be the case. Johnny was fully committed to continuing his campaign, but Japan was off the table for obvious reasons, including the fact that he was banned from the country until 2029. So he needed to find a new country that would provide him a bounty of opportunities to disturb the peace, and he decided that there was no better place to go than Israel. I'm sure many of you are somewhat familiar with the situation happening right now between Israel and Palestine. And with the recent events on October 7th, the issue is still fresh in the minds of millions of people around the world. It was in March of 2024 when Johnny booked his flights and set off to Israel, while the fallout from the attacks was still very fresh. This in and of itself was a bad sign. But when you also consider that Israel has a large population of both Jews and Arabs, the potential for Johnny to bring up sensitive issues is super high. Only a few days after arriving, Johnny was quickly making his impact felt, and he found himself getting jumped almost immediately.
Hey, Joe, what was the problem earlier? What was the problem earlier? Yo, I've been coming.
Luckily for him, getting punched in the face was the worst thing he had to deal with. Meanwhile, the man who attacked him was put in handcuffs. While being arrested, Johnny approached him and began taunting him and calling him a monkey.
Go to jail, monkey! Monkey! You monkey! Go to jail, you monkey!
This outburst greatly upset one of the man's friends, who began pressing Johnny and threatening him, although he was held back.
Dodo donate $2, Dr. Avi's boy. Trump just deported a 12 Burmese and Vietnamese citizens to South Sudan, country on the verge of civil war, openly defying a court order that required giving them a chance to object before being sent to a nation that isn't even theirs. How in the fuck are they getting deported to Sudan? Like, it's like if I were to travel to the United States and then they deported me to Venezuela or something. Like, why?
Bullets out of the air. I'm also pleased to report that the one big beautiful bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway. That's the initial sort of a down deposit. And we have probably, you're talking about, General, we're talking about $175 billion total cost of this when it's completed.
Yeah, that reeks of fraud. The real Joe Biden has been in Venice harvesting honey for years.
Congresswoman, I was wondering if you would just talk to us on
Is this code pink?
your way over to the conference meeting.
No.
Last time you spoke with us, you lied to our face and said that you weren't going to vote for Medicaid cuts. But then you've actually voted for the largest cuts to Medicaid in the history of the country. Do you have any comments on that? Do you have any comment on the 4 hospitals in your district that are going to close because of your vote? Representative Miller-Meeks, I'm wondering if you have any comment on the health care that 67,000 people in your district are going to lose?
Well, that's Republicans.
The Trump administration actually initiated asking Qatar for a plane to use as Air Force One. That's contrary to the president's own narrative.
Huh. Well, isn't that strange? Yeah. Bruh. What a bad idea it was for anybody to vote for Trump. Just wait. Again, come Christmas when everything is more expensive and people have less money to spend, his approval rating is going to have an absolute nosedive. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How come you no longer make regular videos, and do daily streams instead? I miss the regular videos.
There's kind of a variety of reasons. One of the main reasons is my regular videos kept getting demonetized, and it was like it just required so much work to make daily videos, and half the time I'd make $0 because they'd get demonetized for no reason, and why would I put in all that effort to make no money? So working like 60+ hour work weeks and putting in all that effort to make less money. It was just ridiculous. So I transferred to streaming. That's the main reason. Thanks for the donation though, Tom. Dodo donators, why was Bald and Bankrupt allowed to walk around China without minders and do his own thing?
54. China fakes propaganda videos.
Well, he got paid to travel there, clearly. And then he probably just stayed in the country and wandered around more, but he clearly did he was paid to do one promotional video for China.
Ratatouille is a documentary in China. Yummy snack, liver processing.
Okay, that's just boring.
His niece twice begging the police to give back his electric scooter.
可能是因为考试的原因，孩子可能没带手机，身上估计也没有什么钱，多次跟交警。
Melons after local city.
Boring.
Hey everybody, welcome to this episode. I've got some very explosive details from some of the rumors that came out this weekend about the state of Xi Jinping's control on power or the lack of power. And that is, let's first dive into what happened. So apparently, according to multiple sources that I could find, as well as that's been told to me, the Politburo, which is basically like the top echelon of the CCP, held an emergency meeting, but this time it was an extended membership meeting, meaning that not just the members of the Politburo, but former members, elders, senior retired officials. It was a very expanded and extended entry for some of the most important people in the CCP to come in together, and they had one topic to discuss, according to the rumor, which was, will Xi Jinping step down? If so, completely, partial, or whatnot. And so this was the content of this meeting. And even former General Secretary Hu Jintao, who, of course, if you remember in this video, that was taken at the 20th Party Congress, which was in 2022, he was escorted out per the order of Xi Jinping. He apparently even came out to give a speech. And obviously here, he's not going to go back to power. It's a very apparent situation where multiple different factions within the party are trying to divide up the power, like a mafia, right? You know, the Don dies, and then you have to, you know, get your little piece of the pie. You got to get your power, right? You have to divide that. So that's the situation right now. Now, is this rumor solid, or is it even, you know, close to being true? Well, I believe the essence of it, this idea that we're getting closer and closer to a full reveal of what happens to Xi Jinping in the near future is, I believe, very much on the true side, simply because we know that the fourth plenum, which is a meeting, happens, usually it's supposed to take place a few months after the third, which happened last summer, but because of different pushbacks and whatnot, we expect it to take place this summer, so within a month or two. And what's going to happen is in this plenum, which usually is dictated towards policies and economic works, is going to be purely about personnel changes, right? So will we see Xi Jinping remain as the general secretary or the chairman of the party, or will he completely, you know, retire? But what we do know is something that I'll also talk about today is that his military position is...
No, haven't seen the trailer for Jurassic World.
Is 100% gone and is probably going to be revealed to be somebody else. And that's very important, right? Because without the military control in the CCP, you're effectively a figurehead and somebody else is more powerful than you. So the idea of this report or this rumor is, I think, in general, very true. Now, there's something very important here to note. We're not saying that the future of China is so much brighter now that Xi Jinping is gone. We're not saying that, right? Because the party itself is still in control. We're saying that they've removed I guess you could say, this idea of a cult of personality or one-man rule or this Maoist type of leadership, but it doesn't mean that the CCP is going to get better, right? Unless, of course, they decide that whoever wants to come next is somebody that is willing to revolutionize within the party and to, you know, completely abandon the system. Which actually brings me to an important point, because I don't think anyone in the party right now wants to take over the mess that has been created by Xi Jinping over the last 10 years, whether that's the international relationships, whether that's the economy, whether that's the social resentments, or whether that's exacerbating, you know, some of the extreme aspects in China that previous, you know, leaders didn't do or was hiding, at least. Militarization, right? The aggression towards Taiwan. So who wants to be the guy that takes over from this? And honestly, unless they want to do a 180 change, it's very difficult for people, right, to trust China again, which is, you know, I think it's where it is now. So with that line of thinking, I'll tell you about the second sort of rumor, which before we continue with more information, make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you haven't already and click the notification because we have to continue this deadline. And he said that he has a friend in China. So what that means is Zhang Youxia is the vice chair of the Central Military Commission. And if you've seen my previous videos, you'll know that Zhang Youxia is actually the one that's calling the shot in the military. And he says, so this is the information that we got. Zhang Youxia, at the beginning of last year, so January of 2024, was ready to face his downfall. And he was ready to be purged from that position by Xi Jinping, which I believe that's the person that they're talking about. Well, by the summer of 2024, Zhang's family house was hosting people and having these big events every single night. So what happened? Well, like I mentioned, Xi Jinping, the only way that he loses power is health issues, right? That's the only thing that they cannot stop. Coups or, people, personnel, all of these can be solved with violence or other means except for health, right? You cannot stop somebody. Like Mao Zedong's Cultural Revolution didn't end until he died. That's just simply how the system works, right? Stalin's purge, his Stalinization didn't end until after he died. That's just how things are. So health issues, and that's actually the reason why Xi Jinping has lost power, because in the summer of last year, he suffered a stroke, and that's when the opposition seized control and basically, took power from him, right? So since then, the military control has been given to Zhang Youxia. So this guy effectively went from almost losing his career and potentially his life to, by the 6 months later, becoming the core of this anti-Xi personnel faction. And actually in this Chinese prediction called a back pushing picture or 推背图, there's one where I think I've done a video on this actually. I talked about how within one of the chapters it says army officer carries a bow and says I am a white-headed man. Okay, so the bow is actually one of the characters in Chinese writing, and it's part of my last name because me and Zhang Youxia have the same last name, right? So in the Zhang, one part of it is the bow. So one of the interpretation, at least, of this is that Xi Jinping's downfall will be because somebody with a bow in their last name characters. And obviously, Zhang Youxia is a military officer. He's actually the vice chair. And so Xi Jinping's downfall is because of Zhang, which actually kind of makes sense now if you think about the rumor, right?
What role do you think Bella Ramsey is most fit for? She could play Shrek's daughter in a live-action adaptation.
And then the second line of that prediction says, the eastern door carries a golden sword hidden, and warrior enters the palace from the back door. So again, that sounds like a coup or like a takeover to me, right? So if you read the two lines together, it sounds like a military officer carries a bow who, points directly at this white-headed man, which is some people believe is Xi Jinping, and that he had already set up this sort of a hidden sword trap, and he enters through the back door into the palace, right? The palace being, this idea of the Xi Empire, which is very interesting. So adding that to our first rumor, which, by the way, one detail I forgot to mention is that some of the Xi Jinping's former faction members, like the Politburo members, they all declare that they're now against him. People like He Lifeng, people like Wang Yi, these are people that you actually have seen, right? The guy who went to negotiate the trade deal and the wolf warrior diplomat. And you can also see some other circumstantial evidence. I always point to this video here, is a comparison between, in a meeting in 2024, you see Xi Jinping walk by, Zhang Youxia is...
Bella Ramsey is a dumb piece of shit. She claimed she was vegan and then she started eating eggs because she said she needed more protein to get in shape for her role in The Last of Us. She's a fucking cunt. Like, why do you feel bad for her?
Is very much patiently waiting to greet him, to, patiently looking at the leader walk by. A year later, 2025, same meeting, Xi Jinping walks by, Zhang Youxia doesn't even turn around, and he's basically ignoring Xi Jinping. That is very abnormal, right? That is extremely abnormal. You don't do that to the CCP leader who, one word and he could be gone, which again aligns with our timeline of what happened to Zhang's family. And also another point is that this is, again, a picture from 2024. This is him in a suit, which is very, very odd for members of the the vice chair of the military commission to do. He's usually in his military uniform. So it also, again, was interpreted as a point of him showing his he's bowing down to Xi, right? He's showing his, I'm not trying to threaten you type of message. So at this point, you might be wondering, well, wasn't it, a year ago, we were talking about Xi Jinping purging all of these people, right? He purged Qin Gang, the former foreign minister. He purged Li Shangfu, the former defense minister. And then he purged another defense minister. And then, he got rid of the rocket force and all of these other generals. What happened? Well, actually, now that you think this way, you're on the right track, because all of those people, the purges, eventually was going to lead to Zhang Youxia, which is the guy that knew he was going to lose, his power, his job in the beginning of 2024, right? It was getting to him. But now look what happens. All of the personnels after the summer of last year have been Xi Jinping's close confidants, people like Mao Hua, political commissar, He Weidong, the second vice chair. All of these people were Xi Jinping's own people that he put into place. And so basically the purges that happened before the summer of 2024 and the purges that happened after summer of 2024, they're by very different people. And so that leads me to our last sort of rumor slash information today, which is the apparent death or slash offing himself of the deputy political commissar of the People's Liberation Army, aka the deputy of Mao Hua, who was recently purged as well. So the rumor says that he tried to off himself and he succeeded. So why does this guy matter to us? Well, basically, again, this is the guy that Xi Jinping put into place himself. He's going to succeed Mao Hua because Mao Hua was about to retire at the age of 68, I believe. And so this guy had no reason to off himself, right? But he did. Now, you have to understand, within the CCP's interrogation system, if they're interrogated or arrested, they're not given a chance to off themselves, because for one, they put the room that they're designed in is effectively like where they store mental patients, right? So there's no sharp edges, there's no extra furnitures, even the pins that they're given. If you look at some of the old videos of CCP officials that have been purged, right? The pins even they give them are like not sharp enough for them to attack themselves with it. So for him to say that he offed himself, that's impossible. But also the second is, was he tortured to death, right? It's very unlikely, because the people that are doing this type of job, they know the limits. So what likely happened was he was probably, he was ordered to be disappeared forever, in the sense that what happened after the June sort of switch of purges was that obviously Xi Jinping lost his power of the military, but he still wanted things back. So perhaps he tried to, fight back, and maybe he tried to take back his power. Perhaps that means he lost the battle. And so a lot of the people that are now, off themselves, or people that are gone forever, they're no longer around.
How could I say that, VG? That's so rude. Shrek's daughter is way too pretty to be played by Bella Ramsey. Now Donkey, on the other hand, that might be a more fitting role for her. I could see that.
Yeah, but she doesn't sound like a black dude. Maybe one of Donkey's children? I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Around because, well, they were punished for helping Xi trying to take back power. That's very possible. This guy's offing could be one of them. And so I think it's very interesting that we're hearing more and more of these information or rumors. The longer you hear these rumors, the more truth it comes out, right? So as we get closer to the summer, you're going to hear more about this. As we've covered, there's a lot of these letters as well, just basically openly criticizing Xi Jinping, which again is not something that he could do, in the past, right? And but the key reason here is that the future of the CCP is uncertain, and is not something that we're going to be cheering for, unless, of course, they decide to abandon the entire system. All right, that's.
Well, at least Xi Jinping is going away.
And the situation did not escalate. That is, until Johnny began walking away, and a few more of his friends ran up on him and assaulted him.
Oh! Yo, where you running up on me? Yo!
But as we know by now, a few bumps and bruises have never dissuaded Johnny Somali from his typical antics. If anything, they seem to embolden him, and his next stunt was about as on the nose as he had ever been. Johnny made his way to the Western Wall, or the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, which is considered a sacred place for Jews to visit and say prayers. A common practice when visiting the wall is placing small notes containing prayers within the cracks. However, instead of bringing notes, he brought images of what he described as his favorite Jews.
Aiden, this is you. Epstein, you'll always be one of us. We love you. You're our king Jew. You're one of us. It doesn't matter what you did. You're still Jewish. You're still one of us. Fire one is Harvey Weinstein. I love you so much. You're one of my favorite top Jews. I love you.
Of course, an act like this would not be met without consequence, and he was quickly apprehended by police on the scene. While he wasn't thrown in a jail cell, he didn't walk away unscathed, receiving a permanent ban from Kick. Now, Johnny had nowhere left to turn but Rumble, as he was banned on every other social media platform imaginable. But, as the old saying goes, the most dangerous creation of any society is a man who has nothing to lose. Johnny wouldn't choose to tread carefully moving moving forward, as there was no incentive to do so. In fact, what came next was arguably the most outrageous thing he's done yet. On April 8th, a massive protest was taking place in Tel Aviv. Despite the sensitive nature of the situation, Johnny Somali began drawing a bunch of unnecessary attention to himself, so much so that one female Israeli police officer began to confront him. However, she had no interest in arresting him and eventually walked away. That's when Johnny said this.
Don't touch me. I'm from America. Don't touch me. I'm from America. Don't touch me. I'll slap that. I'll grab it too. Donald Trump told me grab it by the. I'll grab that too. Stop playing with me. I'll grab you. I'll grab it by the right here, nigga. I don't give a. I don't give a. I'm a different type of journalist.
He continued to harass the woman as well as other police officers at the scene, leading to him being detained by a male officer.
I'm from America. I'm from America, USA!
I find it hilarious that Johnny repeats, "I'm an American," to the officer arresting him, as if that information would change his decision to put him in handcuffs. Even more hilarious is this image of Johnny being carried away like a child having a temper tantrum. Unfortunately, however, they didn't officially arrest him or take him to jail. They simply removed him from the scene and allowed him to leave freely. However, the police did continue to investigate him, approaching him once the following day and again in the dead of night. It was during this encounter that Johnny claims he was beaten by the police, which is a blatant lie.
The police beat me. Huh? The police beat me tonight.
What? It's also worth noting that apparently Johnny had witnessed a shooting at the restaurant he was at the same night of the protest.
Bro, I'm eating dinner right now with Demir. Somebody just came in the restaurant, started shooting everybody, killing everybody, bro.
You would think something like this would inspire him to want to leave the country as quickly as possible, but for some reason, he didn't. In fact, he was directly violating his visa in Israel by staying after it had expired. He was initially not permitted to leave on time due to a blockade on Israeli airspace. However, once it was lifted, he remained in the country. This is likely the reason why the police barged into his hotel room at 4 a.m. and removed him. Now on the streets, Johnny began ideating on his next potential destination, initially proposing the idea of going to China.
It's not Chinese New Year's, but I'm bringing the fireworks, man. It's gonna be.
Dude, it's too bad he didn't go to China. We probably would have never heard from him ever again. They'd lock him up in some fucking Chinese gulag and then you would hear nothing from him ever again. They'd put him in like some work camp or some shit.
Crazy. I'm going to China and I'm about to crash out.
Although it seems he changed his mind about this, likely due to the fact that he would probably be arrested and disappeared in record time if he behaved this way in that country. So he opted to stay in Israel and continue overstaying his visit on an expired visa. Of course, he made sure to provoke as many people as he could, like a drunk Russian man he found on the street.
Slava Rossi! Slava Rossi! Slava Rossi! I'm warning him. I'm gonna kick him in his head. I'm gonna kick. Oh, shit! Oh shit! Hey! Relax, relax.
He was also confronted by the same guys that beat him up on his first night in the country.
Why you snitching, police? I don't snitch nobody. I don't snitch nobody. You snitch, motherfucker. Oh, peace and love. Back up.
And was choked out while begging for mercy. But eventually, Johnny's time in Israel had come to an end. He got an emergency passport at the US Embassy and flew back home to America. From what I can tell, it seems like Johnny wasn't very active for some time. Maybe he needed to mentally decompress from the perpetual turmoil he had found himself in over the past year. But eventually, whatever money he managed to save up from his streaming days began to run out, and he needed to find a new lucrative way to make money. Rent was due, and he felt there was no better place to farm clips next than in South Korea. On September 27th, 2024, Johnny Somali touched down in the country, but this time was supposed to be different. He had previously begged Kick CEO Eddie Craven for forgiveness, promising that he learned the error of his ways.
Eddie, I learned my lesson from the Japan situation. I'm really sorry for anything that I've done to bring negative attention to Kick. I know I go viral a lot. It's not always for the best things, but Eddie, I promise you, I'm trying to reform. I'm trying to change.
While this request for a second chance seemed to have fallen on deaf ears, it does appear Johnny was making a real effort to get his act together. He was calling himself a reformed streamer, privated his old videos on his YouTube channel, and was even filtering out text-to-speech donations to avoid inappropriate outbursts. However, the allure of farming clips was too much for him to resist, and on his first day there, he already began harassing anyone he could. His first notable transgression came when he jumped on stage in the middle of a music performance.
Whoa! Whoa! Very nice! Whoa! Amazing! Whoa! Whoa! Jump on the stage. Down? Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
got on TV. I might have been on TV.
Despite this blatant disrespect, Johnny was still committing to the bit of recently reformed streamer. A short time after trespassing, he sat next to a statue of a woman and made an official statement on his behavior in Japan.
I stand with the Korean people. I love Korea. And everything that I did in Japan was for the Korean and the Chinese people.
This entire diatribe is already passive-aggressive enough, but the nature of his behavior in this video is much more sinister than you might think at first glance. You see, the statue that he sits next to and eventually kisses on the cheek is called the Comfort Woman statue. It pays tribute to the over 200,000 women and girls who were trafficked into Japanese military brothels during the Second World War. It serves as not only a reminder of what took place, but also as a protest to the Japanese government and their refusal to take accountability for the tragedy. It goes without saying that treating a monument of this nature as a prop for a passive-aggressive apology would not be received well by basically anyone. Even though Johnny was making a promise to respect the Korean people during his visit, he seemed to have no problem belittling their criticisms of him in the wake of the clip going viral.
I saw that the Koreans were getting mad about that Comfort Woman statue, so I'm like, we might as well make this matter. I think the main Comfort Woman statue is in front of the Japanese embassy, so that is where I'm going right now.
Even knowing full well what the statue represented, he had no issue continuing to defile the sacred monument. Johnny then made his way to the Japanese embassy, making sure to harass as many people as he could before arriving.
Sir, is this legal what you're doing? Is this legal? Is this legal what you're doing? Are you on a tourist visa?
No, I'm not.
What visa are you on? Are you on a tourist visa? I'm checking. You cannot make money in tourist visa.
Once he arrived at the embassy, Johnny figured he might as well kill two birds with one stone and try to get unbanned from Japan. But unfortunately, the embassy was closed for a holiday. It seems that Johnny's intentions to visit the statue located at the embassy had faded from his mind, as he became preoccupied with dancing in the street in a traditional Korean dress and, of course, being confronted by angry strangers.
Let's not bother her.
Who the f I bother? Are you a target?
Bother her.
Don't you? I can call the police on you. You put a hand on me. I have it on video. Don't touch me.
What's your name?
My last warning. My last warning.
He continued to wander the streets for the next few days, eventually stumbling upon a young woman standing alone on the sidewalk, just waiting to be harassed.
What are you scared for? Relax, yo. Why are you putting the phone up like this? Why are you scared like this? Whoa!
He decided to follow the woman into the store and continue to harass her until a man stepped in to intervene. Johnny was becoming more reckless, unruly, and belligerent by the day, seemingly begging to be arrested, confronted, or attacked, in the hopes of capturing his next viral moment. In this clip, an extremely intoxicated Johnny Somali begins spilling food and alcohol all over the floor, while blasting loud text-to-speech donations with no regard for anyone else around him. Unsurprisingly, one of the employees confronted him and eventually called the police. Luckily for Johnny, it seems he managed to flee the scene before the cops arrived, but something was missing from his content. There was a palpable lack of public transport harassment, which he quickly made sure to correct. Johnny, on a public bus, began blasting loud music and insulting fellow passengers, sparking a massive confrontation. Of course, despite numerous people surrounding him and asking him to stop, he continued to play loud music and act like a nuisance. Obviously fed up with his behavior, one of the passengers called the cops, and Johnny quickly made his escape before he could be caught. Unfortunately for him, the police were able to track him down, and he was then placed in handcuffs and arrested. But Johnny wouldn't spend long at the police station, being allowed to leave about 4 hours after being arrested. Johnny was officially spooked, and he was desperate to not find himself in a similar situation as he did in Japan.
But the problem is the subway police know me. Now the upground police know me. Let's just leave all these. I'm ready to get out of here. I'm gonna get a ticket to Thailand probably tomorrow, if not the next 2 days.
Despite claiming that he intended to flee to Thailand, he did no such thing. Instead, he decided it was better to continue provoking the Korean people, specifically returning to the Comfort Woman statue outside of the Japanese embassy and making abhorrent gestures to it.
I brought the baby oil to this. I brought the baby oil. I was about to P. Diddy her, but they said it's locked up, bro. They got this locked up in security, bro.
Now incapable of accessing the statue or the Japanese embassy, Johnny decided to find a different Comfort Woman statue and make a complete fool of himself. He begins groping and kissing it, removing his clothes, and begins rubbing himself with baby oil, all while blasting loud music and grinding on it. He is unsurprisingly confronted about this, with one woman very gently explaining to him the statue's significance, which he pretends to be ignorant of. As bad as this situation was, because it was about to get a whole lot worse, as Johnny's partner in crime, Gino, was making his way to Korea. Gino made sure to make his mark on Korea felt almost immediately, with him provoking a woman into physically assaulting him, and his presence only encouraged Johnny to continue to act out.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki was a good thing.
Johnny's carelessness was at an all-time high, as he decided to once again blast loud text-to-speech donations through a speaker on a public bus, despite being arrested only days earlier for the exact same thing, and much like the last time, he was confronted by the cops.
I'm chill, calm down.
Johnny was able to avoid legal repercussions, but they wouldn't last for long. For the rest of October, Johnny found himself doing what made him famous, getting yelled at by strangers, confronted by police, and occasionally punched. It seems like every stream involved the police questioning Johnny after causing a scene or being a nuisance. This had become such a frequent occurrence that he was now on the cops' radar, and they were directly investigating a plethora of crimes he committed.
We saw your video.
I don't do no crime. No crime.
You have been visit the Itaewon, right?
No crime. I don't do no crime.
And then you touch the...
I don't do no crime.
As if it couldn't get any worse for him, after the police left, a random passerby sucker punched him when he wasn't looking.
Go to Johnny's stream, we're gonna have a good time. Whoa!
Johnny, despite having a clear disregard for the law himself, was deeply offended by this attack and decided to go file a police report. But the attacks wouldn't stop there. In fact, they would only escalate. A few days later, he would get jumped and chased down the street.
Whoa, 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 때렸다. Whoa, 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 레전드. Whoa! Whoa!
The following day, another Korean live streamer attempted to stream snipe Johnny in the hopes of attacking him.
Johnny 어딨어?
A few days after this, Johnny was confronted by yet another Korean YouTuber who nearly knocked him unconscious.
어디가? 어디가? What you mean? 어디가? 어디가? Oh!
It appears that both men were arrested and taken into custody, but released a short while later. You may be wondering what exactly is going on. Previous physical attacks against Johnny seem to happen in a spur of the moment, but these encounters seem much more premeditated. Well, that's likely because a bounty was placed on Johnny's head. Specifically, a 1 million won bounty was placed for anyone able to knock Johnny Somali out cold, and tons of YouTubers were trying to claim the prize. As if staying in a country full of people who want to kill you isn't bad enough, things got even worse for Johnny when an arrest warrant was placed for both him and his bodyguard's arrest. The charges included obstruction of business and violations of the Minor Crimes Act. However, Johnny had also committed a crime that doesn't even exist in America. For whatever reason, Johnny decided to create AI-generated videos of him making out with a female Korean streamer. South Korean law states that the creation, distribution, or possession of non-consensual AI-generated explicit content is classified as a sexual crime. Legal experts have confirmed that this offense carries a mandatory prison sentence of up to 7 years. This means that Johnny was also facing charges of sexual harassment. Seemingly with no hope of escaping, it seems that Johnny and his bodyguard turned themselves in. A few days later, on the 8th of November, Johnny made a public statement on Korean television.
So to all the people of South Korea, I just want to apologize for what I've done, and I really did not mean to hurt your guys' pride this much. You guys are a good people. You guys are a great people.
Despite trying to appear deeply apologetic, he hardly meant a word he said in this press conference. Johnny was eventually indicted, specifically for the clip of him at the convenience store, where he carelessly spilled food and drink while severely intoxicated. This meant that he was banned from leaving the country while he awaited a verdict. On the bright side, at least for him, he was permitted to leave police custody while the process continued. While he tried to convince the South Korean people that he was done with his days of trolling and harassment, he quickly changed his mind the second he got a fresh taste of freedom.
These motherfuckers are saying I'm getting 29 years. Y'all not gonna catch me alive. Dennis Rodman? I'm the next Dennis Rodman. Oh.
Seemingly with nothing else to lose, Johnny became more reckless than ever, persistently posting to his Instagram and TikTok accounts, egging on local prosecutors, his detractors, and the Korean people. This was really the only content we would get from Johnny for the next few months, and he would be almost completely radio silent in January and February of 2025. The only notable moment during this time period would come on the 17th of February, where Johnny would post a new video wearing a suit, a blonde wig, and a Make America Great Again cap.
I am part of the criminal nuisance live streamer gang called CX. We are ran by our top leader, Ice Poseidon. He's the leader of CX and Miskiff, the leader of OTK. We are part of a live streaming international criminal mafia.
Johnny comedically shifts all of the blame to Ice Poseidon, claiming that he is the leader of their group and the main reason he even went to Japan in the first place. He also ends the video with him ripping up a printed out picture of the rising sun. However, Johnny would officially make his return to streaming on the 7th of March, with the intention of streaming his trial.
And I will be live streaming the trial.
I hope this fucker gets a life sentence, dude. He genuinely should not be allowed in the free world.
I will be live streaming before, during, and after. It's time for a redemption arc, a Johnny Somali redemption arc. I'm going to try to become a better man.
However, it seems that he showed up late and
yeah, his audience must be retarded 11-year-olds.
Drunk, and it was postponed. This story is corroborated by the commentary YouTuber Atozi, who was actually in person for his trial.
And of course he walked in with a MAGA hat on. Immediately he got in trouble for wearing the hat. He took off the hat and then he put it back on again and got in trouble for it again. On top of that, he was also carrying a massive water bottle. That's not allowed in court either. He got in trouble for that. And the reason he had that water bottle was presumably because he decided to go live last night at 3 in the morning and he drank a bunch on a stream, so he was too drunk to make it to court on time. So that water bottle was most likely to sober himself up because he showed up to court more than an hour late. Then, you know, he had a massive smile on his face until the judge started reading all of his charges. So the people who witnessed this, they're believing that he's looking at about 3 to 5 years in prison at least for all of this.
As mentally destroyed as Johnny had to have been in the beginning of this story, his mental state was plummeting to unthinkable lows. A few weeks after his trial was postponed, he was seen streaming, almost completely naked and drunk, screaming in the street.
Korea #1! Call the police!
He then began walking through the city, still drunk and in his underwear, until he was stopped by a cop, arrested, and taken to the station. But he didn't seem to care in the slightest, with him sharing this epic selfie of him flexing to his Discord server. Ultimately, since he was in the middle of a pending trial, the police...
This is why we need eugenics. I wonder what his parents are like. They should have never been allowed to fucking reproduce.
Just let him leave. Johnny had now found himself in an unbreakable cycle, stuck in South Korea with no chance to leave, and his entire future potentially ruined. He simply did not care anymore. He initially had something to lose, and thus operated with some level of caution, but now there were no more rules left to play by. Shortly after leaving the police station, a still intoxicated Johnny begins live streaming himself in a store with loud text-to-speech donations blaring through his speakers. One of the donations plays a silly German song, and Johnny decides to send his heart out to the audience, so to speak, and throw out a Roman salute. Only a few days later, Johnny was back at it. While shopping at a grocery store, obviously blackout drunk, he stripped down to his underwear once again and began screaming and twerking.
Shout out Asian! Yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
It also appears that in the process of shaking his butt on camera, he's promoting something called Somali coin. It's honestly hard to tell. I'm not even sure if he's speaking English at this point.
Get that Somali coin, send that phone chat, nigga, we live!
Clearly, Johnny has intellectually ascended to such a high level that my tiny pea brain cannot fathom anything he's saying. Fortunately, Johnny managed to sober up the next day and was able to experience getting punched in the face while completely conscious.
W stream, are you guys enjoying the stream today?
Whoa!
I guess this interaction reminded him just how persecuted he was, and so he began protesting the South Korean president and his mistreatment.
They're trying to put me in court. They're trying to impeach the president. They're trying to put me in jail. They're trying to put President Yoon in jail.
As hopeless as it seems for this guy at this point, things were actually looking up. A lifeline was on the horizon, in the form of Ice Poseidon. Since Ice was one of the most popular kick streamers with direct ties to the CEO, he felt as though maybe he could do him a solid. So he decided to stream snipe Ice the second he got off his plane.
You guys do the same stuff as me.
Japan
What's
years
up?
ago and I was fine. You came to Japan, did your thing.
So I'm the catalyst of it. But listen,
your fault.
you've done the same stuff as me, a lot of it.
If you didn't catch that, Ice notes that streaming in Japan was never an issue a few years ago, but his most recent trip was nearly impossible. Johnny Somali has had a particular impact that has really been demonstrated in this video, that being the hyper-awareness Japanese citizens have had towards live streamers. Ice found himself constantly dealing with police and random citizens while he wasn't even breaking any.
I have a question about your recliner. Is it still available? If so, is it available in Europe? If not, what features should I look for to find a decent one? Also, do you do aerobic or anaerobic cardio?
You're probably not going to be able to find this one in Europe. I don't think they make this anymore here. And, just get one that's large enough. That's really it. So just get one that's large enough that fits you, that's decent quality. And, probably do a mix of aerobic and anaerobic cardio. Because I do cycling and inline skating. Thanks for the donation, Reclining Cardio.
Laws.
And unfortunately, even though you have already bought this ferry ticket, you cannot get on this ferry today.
So I'm sure you can understand why he had no desire to help Johnny after making his job exponentially harder and very deeply tainting the reputation of normal people harmlessly live streaming their lives.
But I honestly don't think I'm a bad person. I want to stream on Kick again. I literally do. I want to change. I love streaming. I do. I'm serious. I do.
If that was true, then why do you say really?
Because I'm just trying to get content. I'm taking it too far. I take the content too far, the trolling too far. I do. I admit it. I admit it. But I admit when I'm wrong, though.
How do you expect to get unbanned on a platform if you take it too far?
But you have to learn from your mistakes. I'm a man to know when I'm wrong.
Johnny is giving the same song and dance as he did with South Korean TV and in his initial plea to Kick. It would be extremely unwise to take his word on this promise, especially considering that there is no appeal to his content outside of the outrageous moments. It's not like Johnny has built his career off of high-quality videos or his likable personality. People only watch him in the same way they might watch a dumpster fire or a car crash. What's more is that Johnny hasn't just created a stigma, he has created an entirely new blueprint for other clout-hungry streamers to build their own careers from. One of these individuals, named Black Ass Dave, has a propensity for harassing local citizens in Japan and South Korea.
Oh, burger. Yo, don't touch me, bro. You don't touch me. Bro, if that's a girl, I want her. Is that a girl? Hello? Are you a girl? Oh, nah, I want you. What's up, baby? You got a fat old ass.
Another streamer by the name of Sigma Boy frequently films himself running through the streets of Shibuya or in subways, blasting loud music on his speaker and being generally belligerent. Johnny has done so much more than just harass a few innocent people. He's done much more than strike fear and anxiety into the hearts of Japanese and South Korean citizens that he encounters. He has created a stigma that affects his fellow streamers and an effective business model to farm content. But Ice Poseidon didn't buy his shtick, and Johnny was once again left with nothing but a live stream chat full of people that wanted to watch him burn. Looking for whatever good favor he could, Johnny decided to visit another comfort woman statue, where he once again offered his apologies. I'm sure it's not surprising that the apology was just as half-hearted as all the others. If he really felt sorry, he wouldn't allow the issue to linger as much as he does. In reality, he knows that any interaction with a comfort woman statue will bring him some form of engagement on his channel. When his apology tour didn't really work out, he decided he may as well go back to doing what he does best, that being having public meltdowns and harassing as many people as possible. It really didn't matter to him at this point. His life was basically over, so what's the harm in committing the same crime a few more times? He's really not even trying anymore, and it's hard to say that what he's doing is worthy of being called content. When he was initially disrupting strangers on the subway or blasting TTS donations, at least there was something to keep your attention. But now, it seems he has no desire to be even remotely interesting and just wants to streamline the process of confrontation as quickly as possible. You may be wondering why the police don't just keep him in a cell until his trial is complete, and to be honest, I can't tell you why. The leading theory is that they're potentially just allowing him to continue to rack up charges to contribute to their mountain of evidence, which would ensure his conviction. If Johnny just laid low after his arrest and stayed out of trouble, he would probably have a much better chance of getting off scot-free. But Johnny seems to not care about this at all, even going as far as to directly provoke the police by knowingly engaging in illegal activity. Recently, while on a live stream, Johnny showed a brand new deepfake video he created.
Don't ever show that.
This seemed to be Johnny's gravest mistake yet. His belligerent threats and provocative statements statements paled in comparison to directly fanning the flames of an ongoing trial, and it netted him a secondary sex offense charge. That means his 2 obstruction of business charges, which come with a 5-year sentence each, as well as 2 sex offense charges, totaling a combined 21 years in prison, meaning that Johnny is currently facing over 30 years behind bars. Of course, as things only get worse and worse, Johnny has less incentive to parse his words or bite his tongue, in the hopes of sparing himself further consequences. For example, Johnny has publicly threatened that if he were to hypothetically be infected with HIV or AIDS, he would become a super spreader, meaning that he would be, in essence, a biological terrorist and attempt to infect as many unsuspecting victims with the disease as possible.
If I ever caught HIV, I would become a super spreader. I'll say it right now. I don't care.
Things like this not only add more potential charges to his eventual sentencing, but they only embolden the courts to believe that he's incapable of change and undeserving of forgiveness. It also doesn't help that he actively chose to threaten the judge presiding over the case and their family while on his live stream.
Yeah, I don't think they'd show him any leniency. If he's found guilty, they're giving him 31 years. I really hope they give him 31 years and they don't, like, bullshit around. He should never, ever be let out of prison.
Judge, the prosecutor, y'all can suck my ass. Yeah. Suck my on soft. Causing anxiety by carrying a fish. Tell the judge you can suck my I'll bring a fish to your mother's house. I don't care.
His most recent appearance in court took place in May of 2025, where Johnny pled guilty to all of his charges, except the charges relating to the deepfaked videos. This is likely because the bulk of his potential sentencing comes from those crimes, and if they go away, he could potentially shave 21 years off his sentence. But somehow, even with 1 foot basically in a jail cell at this point, Johnny Somali still can't help himself. Take, for example, the female streamer that he made the AI videos of. He's actively tried to intimidate her into silence by implying that some kind of legal repercussion may be in her future if she continues to push the issue in court.
Guess who's getting charged too? Like, I could drop really knowledge on you, bro. That stupid Bong Bong. She showed that image as well on her stream, right? So guess who went to the police station? I put charges on Bong Bong. Bong Bong getting charged too. Like, I'm not playing.
Obviously, it's ridiculous to think that she could be held legally accountable, considering that she didn't create the deepfaked images, and the only reason she had them in her possession was because Johnny publicly distributed them. For now, Johnny's story ends with a question mark, as the internet waits with bated breath to see when he'll be thrown in jail and for how long. Even if he were to plead guilty to all of his charges, there's no guarantee that he would be given the max sentence. There's a very real possibility that he'll not only be a free man sooner than we think, but also that his reign of terror is far from over. To this day, you can still find him streaming on a website called Party, whatever that is. He streams to a very small group of viewers, while his clips are re-uploaded to YouTube with exponentially more views. And as tragic as his situation is, it's almost impossible to feel sorry for this guy. Public opinion of him is so bad that YouTuber Donut Operator donated thousands of dollars to one of the people who punched Johnny to universal acclaim. And I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, dude, I wish I could get paid for punching him.
It was pretty based. Johnny Somali has found himself in a perpetual cycle that is impossible to break. There really is no outcome that will even benefit him. If he's locked in prison for the next 30 years, then his streaming career is basically dead on arrival. If he somehow manages to catch another break, he'll just continue on this path, sinking lower and lower until he's arrested yet again in some other country. If that's the case, then it's possible the story of Johnny Somali is only just getting started, especially if he can't get a handle on his newest addiction, gooning. It's even worse for your health than any substance you can think of. But thankfully, we at Turkey Tom Industries have developed a suitable cure for your ailment, the Stop Gooning Hat.
The Stop Gooning Hat.
Fuck that piece of shit, dude. They should just give him a life sentence.
Who hasn't? Well, thanks to those legal myths that TV shows and fake lawyers on Reddit continue to spread, you're probably in for the biggest surprise of your life. So the cops just burst through your door without a warrant, they didn't read you your Miranda rights, and you're probably going to be found guilty on nothing but circumstantial evidence, and you're defending yourself in the courtroom when it happens. Because even if you can't afford it, you are not entitled to an attorney. Because myth number one, if you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. Yes, that's right, you are not entitled to an attorney. Well, to be more accurate, it very much depends. The founders were really serious about giving people individual rights against police and prosecutors, and that's why the Sixth Amendment says, quote, in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. And the Supreme Court recognizes why this is a foundational right. Quote, of all the rights
How did you get into nicotine and when did you start taking it? Isn't there long-term ramifications from taking it every day? Isn't your diet going to give you some nutritional deficiencies as well? You're only getting vitamin A, C, E and some minerals.
You can plug in the foods I'm eating on Chronometer. That's not the only nutrition I'm getting. And I started taking nicotine because it's an antidepressant, and I've noticed it massively increases my attention span, so I've just kept taking it. But no, I haven't seen any issues with taking nicotine. If you're taking ridiculously high doses constantly, it can raise your blood pressure, but I'm prone to having low blood pressure. I tend to faint a lot and shit, so I'm not really worried about that. And when I get my blood pressure tested, it's low, so thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Why do the courts do life sentences anymore?
I don't know what you mean by that. They do give life sentences to certain crimes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That an accused person has, the right to be represented by counsel is by far the most pervasive, for it affects his ability to assert any other rights he may have. But the baseline right to an appointed attorney comes from the Supreme Court's 1963 decision in Gideon versus Wainwright, and in that case, a Florida man named Clarence Earl Gideon was charged with a felony and couldn't afford a lawyer. He asked the court to appoint one, but they said no because Florida only provided lawyers in capital cases. Capital cases are where the defendant, if convicted, could face death. Gideon defended himself, lost, and went to prison. He appealed all the way to the Supreme Court, which unanimously ruled that the Sixth Amendment guarantees the right to counsel in all criminal cases, even for those who can't afford to pay. But something got lost in translation because most people think this means you have a right to a free lawyer. Well, sort of. Gideon established a requirement that states must provide attorneys to indigent defendants in felony cases. In a later case, the court clarified that the right to counsel applies to misdemeanor and petty offenses as well, as long as the defendant faces the possibility of incarceration. Now, the Supreme Court probably should have just stopped it right there. Unfortunately, it wasn't done tinkering with the right to counsel. Instead of adopting a simple standard like you get a lawyer if the offense could lead to jail time, the Supreme Court pulled an Avril Lavigne and couldn't help but go and make things complicated. In Scott versus Illinois, the court held that the state does not have to provide a lawyer for a misdemeanor unless imprisonment is actually imposed by the judge. Oh, SCOTUS, why do you have to go and make things so complicated? I see the way you're ruling like some other country. Gets me frustrated. Now, in our video about America's most unhinged judges, I talked about how a Texas judge abused this very principle by coercing defendants into marriage in cases where jail was a possibility but not a certainty. Now, none of the people the judge
Dodo Donatillers, I know I mean, why are so soft on crimes that should get life sentences these days? I don't know, society's just cucked. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Pressured into marriage were represented by counsel, even though their charged offenses could have led to jail time. And that was a legal catch-22. You only get a lawyer if you're going to jail, but by the time you know that, you've already gone through your hearing without one. And as usual with constitutional rights, terms and conditions apply. The fine print says that even when you do qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, the process isn't automatic. You have to apply for it, disclose your financials, and wait for the court to assign someone. And about those financials, while the lawyer truly is free for those who qualify, not many people qualify. Who qualifies as too poor to afford an attorney varies from state to state and sometimes from county to county. Many states use a multiple of the federal poverty guidelines to determine indigency, and so in 2025, the federal poverty guideline for a single person was $15,650. And many states set their number at 125% of that guideline, which means the person would have to earn less than $18,825 to get a free lawyer in those states. So yes, you have a right to counsel, but it's not a universal safety net. It's more like a conditional offer. If you're facing jail, if you're poor enough, and if the court says so, congrats, you get a lawyer. Else you better hope that the cops forget to read you your Miranda rights, because then you walk free. No arrest, no charges, just a smug smile as you strut out of the interrogation room, right? Myth number 2, police failed to read me my rights, case dismissed. Nope, that is wrong. But that hasn't stopped pop culture from spreading this myth. It's going to come as a shock, but real life is not a Medea movie.
You forgot to Mirandize her? That old woman got the strength of any man.
I've got to let you go.
Now, the Miranda warning, which starts with "you have the right to remain silent," comes from the 1966 Supreme Court case of Miranda versus Arizona. Before the police can interrogate someone who is in custody, they must inform them of their Fifth and Sixth Amendment rights, the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. If they don't, any statements made during the interrogation can be thrown out under the exclusionary rule, which is the legal doctrine that bars illegally obtained evidence from trial. But Miranda only protects your words, not your actions. So if the cops find a kilo of meth in your trunk, no amount of unread rights is going to make that disappear. On top of that, according to the Supreme Court, Miranda only kicks in when there is a custodial interrogation. If a suspect voluntarily comes to the police station and talks, that doesn't mean he or she is in custody. The takeaway? Miranda applies when a reasonable person would feel they are not free to leave. If the police arrest you for that kilo of meth in your trunk, but don't ask any questions, no warning needed. If they ask you questions before you're arrested and you answer voluntarily, still no Miranda required. That's why failure to read Miranda rights isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card. So the next time a TV lawyer says they didn't read you your rights so the case gets thrown in the bin, know this: the only thing that's going in the bin is that script's grade for legal accuracy. Now, if your plan to avoid all this legal trouble is to just lay low at home where police can't get to you without a warrant, well, I've got some more bad news for you. Myth number 3, police can't enter your home without a warrant. Now, it's a staple of legal dramas and TikTok and Know Your Rights videos. Police need a warrant to enter your house.
This is my own private domicile and I will not be harassed.
Now, to be fair to Jesse Pinkman, this myth is based on a real rule. The Fourth Amendment does protect your home from unreasonable searches and seizures. Generally, the police need a warrant to enter your residence, but there are so many exceptions to the warrant rule that they almost swallow the whole Fourth Amendment. If you've ever lived in LA and participated in our city's national pastime, watching car chases on live TV, you know just how common it is for suspects on the run to drive home like they're sliding into home base yelling "safe."
Oh no, oh no.
But that's not how any of this works. Here's how it really works. A warrantless entry is usually considered unconstitutional unless it falls into a recognized exception like consent, hot pursuit, plain view, search incident to arrest, stop and frisk, special needs/administrative searches, and the automobile exception. But the biggest exception to the warrant requirement is exigent circumstances. Under that doctrine, police can enter a dwelling without a warrant if there's an emergency, like someone is in danger, a suspect is about to flee, or evidence is about to be destroyed. Now that seems straightforward enough, but it's not. Imagine this: the police are chasing a suspect through an apartment complex. They lose track of him but smell marijuana coming from one of the units. They knock, loudly announce themselves as police, and then hear movement inside. The police officers think they hear people scrambling and a toilet flushing. Convinced evidence is being destroyed, the officers kick in the door and find drugs. But here's the twist: the suspect they were chasing wasn't even inside because the cops entered the wrong apartment. Now that happened in a real case called Kentucky versus King. The defendant in that apartment argued the police shouldn't have been allowed to enter without a warrant because the police themselves created the emergency by knocking and announcing their presence. But the Supreme Court sided with the police. As long as officers act lawfully by knocking and announcing, they're not barred from entering if they hear sounds suggesting evidence is being destroyed, even if the suspect isn't inside. And if the people inside react in a way that makes officers reasonably believe evidence is being destroyed, the cops can enter without a warrant. And there's an iconic scene at the end of Goodfellas where Karen Hill, panicked and desperate, races to the bathroom and flushes a stash of cocaine down the toilet just as the FBI closes in. And this is a textbook example of why the exigent circumstances exception exists. If the police had waited outside to get a warrant, the evidence would be long gone. And the law allows for that kind of split-second judgment. So while the Fourth Amendment does offer strong protections for your home, the phrase "you need a warrant" isn't a magic shield. If the police smell drugs, hear flushing toilets, or think someone's in danger, they might not need one. Now, if you believe any of these legal myths, you'll probably want to...
How are you? Miss watching your content. Last time I was trying to engage with you was a long time ago. Think you were having issues censorship. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm just chilling, reacting to stuff, and hanging out with my little kitty Gummy here. Gum's your good kitty. Oh my god, his arms are so huge. You have such big kitty arms. They're so big and strong.
A good lawyer, but if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, the Eagle Team, on screen for a free consultation with my team, where our Constitution explicitly states that everyone is entitled to their day in court. Ah, such a comforting thought. I think you know where this is going. Myth number 4, everyone is entitled to their day in court. Now, in America, we do things by the book, and that means that if someone has wronged you, or you were wrongfully accused, you get your chance to face off to prove your truth. It sounds like a constitutional promise. And yes, the Constitution does talk about trials. Article 3, Section 2 says, "A trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury." The Sixth Amendment guarantees that in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury. In 1968, the Supreme Court established that the right to a jury trial is a fundamental right applicable to the states through the 14th Amendment. That's all true. But here's why people believe that everyone is entitled to their day in court. The right to a trial is not absolute. In criminal court, the right to a jury trial only kicks in if the offense is considered serious. In Baldwin versus New York, the Supreme Court ruled that crimes punishable
Nighty-night, gray night, sweet dreams.
By more than 6 months in jail are serious enough to require a jury trial. But for petty offenses with lighter penalties, you might face a judge, not a jury. And even when trial is possible, over 90% of criminal cases end in plea deals, not courtroom battles. So you may be entitled to a trial in theory, but in practice, most people never have one. And in civil cases, you're not automatically guaranteed a full-blown trial at all. Most lawsuits never make it that far. They get dismissed, settled, or decided through motions like summary judgment, where the judge rules there's no need for a trial because the law clearly favors one side. And of course, we've all seen Harvey Specter settle $1 billion lawsuit over bourbon and banter in the span of a single afternoon. But in real life, civil cases often drag on for years, and that's because in civil cases, there's no such thing as a right to a speedy trial. Although that also depends state by state. But there are also legal doctrines that make it hard for litigants to ever get their day in court. A major example is qualified immunity, a doctrine often invoked by police and government officials in civil rights cases. It shields them from liability unless the plaintiff can show that the official violated clearly established law. Defendants can appeal a denial of qualified immunity before trial, triggering years of appellate delay, while various courts try to determine whether a person has the right to sue the officers. So while you're technically suing, you might be stuck in legal limbo without ever setting foot in a courtroom. In Hollywood, justice is always served in 42 minutes plus commercials. But in the real world, your day in court may be hundreds of days waiting for the court to decide whether you're even allowed to ask for one. Which is why it's usually best to avoid trial in the first place, which you can do with this one neat trick. Just declare yourself a sovereign citizen. Myth number 5, the sovereign citizen loophole. Now, some Americans believe the government has no power over them because they're
You donate $2.
Black kids who look like they're up to no good, remember these 3 things. They're playing, mind your stupid f***ing business, and don't call the cops. Thank you.
Wasn't going to come up here, but I heard someone talking about how abortions are important because it takes babies out of the population, and I just wanted to say that by saying that, they are wanting to take out very important people. 4 years ago, I was raped by my father, and I chose not to have an abortion, and this...
She should have had an abortion. That's literally incest. Dumbass. Okay, thanks for the donation, W.
Sovereign citizens, independent, self-governing individuals immune to the laws that apply to the rest of us. They've got a laundry list of legal theories to back this up, including the belief that they don't have to pay taxes and that the US legal system has no jurisdiction over them. And you've probably seen some sweet, sweet justice shatter their delusions.
I'll step out of the vehicle for $500. Step. You can search me for $500 cash. I'll get in the car for $500.
But what you might not know about this stupid movement is that it's based on a legal theory inspired by a printer's error. The sovereign citizen idea originated with a group founded by Christian minister William Gale in the 1970s. His group, Posse Comitatus, believed that there was no higher authority than the county sheriff. It began as a group peddling your everyday stock racism and anti-Semitism, but when they started talking about the evils of taxation, the movement really took off. Which brings me to the printer's error that animates their legal theory. Sovereign citizens are 13thers, people who believe there is a secret 13th Amendment to the Constitution. Now, in the real world, the actual 13th Amendment, the one ratified by the states, abolished slavery. But 13thers think that an older amendment which failed to pass is actually the law of the land. The Titles of Nobility Amendment was a proposed amendment to the Constitution that would have stripped United States citizenship from any citizen who accepted a title of nobility from an emperor, king, prince, or foreign power. Congress passed it in 1812 during the panic about Napoleon's brother marrying an American citizen. You know, what happened if their son tried to become king of America? And freaking out about Napoleon's American nephew is like worrying about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's daughter one day becoming queen of America. And Americans eventually figured that out, but a majority of the states never ratified the Nobility Amendment, and it's not part of the Constitution. Do you hear me, 13thers? It's not a real amendment. However, in 1815, a Philadelphia printing house made the mistake of including the unratified amendment in its volumes. The error was not fixed until 1845. So for 30 years, untold volumes of text went out in the world representing that the 13th Amendment had passed ratification. But when the real 13th Amendment passed ratification and abolished slavery, the consequences were seismic enough to clear up any confusion about the typo. But that didn't stop conspiracy theorist David Dodge in the early 1980s from finding himself a copy of the Constitution with this error and having a big eureka but stupid moment. He concocted an elaborate conspiracy that this secret 13th Amendment actually invalidates the entire US justice system. Why? Because lawyers and judges have titles. Lawyers use the title Esquire and judges are known as the Honorable or, Your Honor. So sovereign citizens think that lawyers and judges, through licensure, accept titles and therefore are no longer American citizens. Now, all of this, of course, has been thoroughly rejected by the courts. So sadly, I can't force anyone to call me Sir Devon Stone, defender of the sovereign laws, or legal eagle, baron of the bench, and titles of nobility are already banned by the Constitution. See Article.
I wonder if Richard misses Jasmine's love and being able to hold on to her close when he slept. She was always there for him at his worst. The wedding was beautiful. How you guys held each other's hands and looked into each other's eyes.
Don't give a shit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8. So America doesn't have an official aristocracy. When a lawyer dies, their children don't inherit the law license. And lawyers are still US citizens, at least for now. But it doesn't matter how many times the courts slap this theory down, people just won't give up on it. And sovereign citizen lore is beloved by jailhouse lawyers, inmates who know just enough law to file long-winded legal briefs arguing that the courts do not have any jurisdiction over their cases. And you can probably excuse people with no legal training who barely have access to a law library from falling into the sovereign citizen trap. But this bogus legal theory has also been championed by people who should know better, like the Iowa Republican Party. Iowa Republicans put the missing 13th Amendment into their 2010 party platform, and they tried to argue that President Obama forfeited his citizenship by accepting an award from the Nobel Prize Committee, which was apparently a foreign state. And although this is funny in the abstract, conspiracy theories can have some serious consequences. Over the years, the movement has fanned out from its anti-Semitic and racist origins. The sovereign citizen movement now attracts people of every
Dodo Donatillers, can you tell us what happened when Jasmine texted you like a month ago and said you would tell us, but you didn't? Not yet.
A proper healthy fry-up. First, when cooking your food, absolutely avoid vegetable oils and any kind of seed oils. Instead, always use animal fats. I've gone for butter. Throw a good amount in a pan, then add 6 rashers of bacon, of course only using the best quality. When they're done, fry up 6 pasture-raised eggs, cooking them in all that.
That guy's diabetic, by the way. He's not healthy.
You mentioned that you believe Putin wants peace, but he just attacked Ukraine yesterday. So what makes you think that he wants peace?
Well, he's in a war,
I want to suck going and as dick, vegan runner is too small.
Alright, well that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Taylor.
No, nobody said don't. They're fighting, they're attacking each other, and people are dying all the time. He's in a war, he's fighting a war. Nobody said he was going to stop. I think, is it terrible? Yeah, it's terrible. I think it's terrible.
Can you wait for President Biden?
Yeah. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
race, religion, and political persuasion. Unfortunately, I mean, we're all for diversity and equality, but maybe not about something that's incredibly stupid. But sovereign citizens have been known to file notices of liens against property for the purpose of harassing the true owner. And this tactic, which has been called paper terrorism, clouds title to real estate and other property. People espousing sovereign citizen theory produce fake arrest warrants, forge banknotes, and even issue their own currency, which, I shouldn't have to tell you this, are very much crimes. But let's say that doesn't stop you from picking up some criminal charges. You finally get your day in court, and you're feeling optimistic that the jury's gonna find you not guilty for all the wacky sovereign citizen crime you definitely did not do, you rascal, because all the state's evidence is circumstantial. Myth number 6, all the evidence is circumstantial, they'll never convict me. You've heard it in courtroom dramas, shouted by defendants who think they've found a loophole. You can't convict me, all the evidence is just merely circumstantial. Even Law and Order is guilty of this one.
There's circumstantial evidence and a statement from his son. Now, this won't do at all.
And the idea is that if there's no smoking gun, no eyewitnesses, and no confession, then the prosecution doesn't have a case. But here's the truth. Circumstantial evidence is not only admissible, it's often just as strong and sometimes stronger than what we call direct evidence. But let's define some terms here. Direct evidence is evidence that directly proves a key fact at issue without needing any inferences. So an example is an eyewitness saw the crime, a video, or the weapon used in the crime. And circumstantial evidence is evidence that requires an inference to connect it to a conclusion. Examples include forensic evidence such as fingerprints and bloodstains, or documentary evidence like business records or text messages. If a witness testifies that they saw you stab someone, that's direct evidence. But if they say they saw you leave the victim's house at midnight covered in blood and then watched you toss a knife into a storm drain, well, that's circumstantial. But that seems pretty strong, and a jury can convict you on that evidence alone. And that's why juries are routinely instructed that the law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given to either direct or circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is not a lesser form of proof, it's just a different kind. As the Supreme Court has long recognized, circumstantial evidence is not only sufficient, but also may be more certain, satisfying, and persuasive than direct evidence. And in fact, most juries believe that DNA evidence is the gold standard for determining whether someone is guilty. But DNA evidence is generally considered circumstantial. It does not directly prove a crime was committed, but it can be used to infer a connection between a person and the crime.
Yeah, I saw the Battlefield leak gameplay. I'm a little worried, especially with the way the menu design looks. I don't know. It might just be more horse shit, you know, like 2042 brain rot nonsense. You're not gonna know until the game's out. Oh, great. Skip to 1 for Big Burp. Pick video. Okay, thanks for the donation, Burp time.
Scene or an object. So circumstantial evidence isn't lesser evidence. Pop culture gets that wrong a lot. But lawyers can definitely attack the inferences drawn from the circumstantial evidence. And when it comes to destroying circumstantial evidence, no movie has ever been more accurate than My Cousin Vinny.
What is this rusty, dusty, dirty-looking thing over your window?
It's a screen.
A screen! It's a screen!
He is walking the witness down a logical path that he's not going to be able to get out of, which is that there's a lot of stuff between his vantage point and the events that he is an eyewitness to. And the eponymous Vinny doesn't argue that the evidence is invalid because it's circumstantial, he just shows that it leads to the wrong conclusion. Now, My Cousin Vinny's mastery of circumstantial evidence is a big reason why I called it the perfect legal movie, and that's because of its screenwriter, Dale Launer. And if you love the movie like I do, you can check out the extended cut of my interview with the screenwriter on today's...
Dude, Marissa Tomei was so fucking hot. Like, Jesus Christ. She was so goddamn fine.
Interview with the screenwriter on today's sponsor. Never again is legally or not legally banned ad-free, especially a year of Nebula.
All right.
Welcome back, Defenders. Let's start today's video by celebrating. In my last update video, the exit results were coming in, but we didn't have the final results. And Romanian voters rejected the Make Romania Great Again candidate in favor of...
Oh, that's good. Burp time, donate $2. Look at all the new videos. Let's watch.
In lock, and on top, and pop in. In lock, and on.
Remember when I was like really skinny? These are all like Disney princesses, but sexy Disney princesses. So we're gonna make it.
Okay, great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The pro-Western candidate. The win of Nikishor Dan, who defeated the pro-Russian nationalist Simeon, means continued support and aid for Ukraine that was being threatened by his opponents. Romania's new president, Nikishor Dan, he's a math prodigy and a graft fighter. And this guy's a math genius. He has a PhD in mathematics, two-time winner of a math Olympiad, both times with a perfect score. I didn't know who this guy was a week ago, but now I like him. So let's take a moment and enjoy this victory. This was a very important win politically for Ukraine, and here is Dan taking to the balcony on election night after he won. Niku Shore. Has a math nerd ever been celebrated like that before? And this was a surprise result because the Romanian diaspora turned out en masse for the second round of elections. So here is the 2019 voter participation for Romanian citizens living outside of Romania, and it basically mirrored the 2025 first round of voting. But because the news got out, this guy was so pro-Russian, Romanians living abroad turned out to vote, and in the second round, it looks like 600,000 additional voters turned out in this election, most of whom were voting for the pro-EU candidate rather than the Romanian nationalist. I can also show you the breakdown voting by counties. You can see the more urban and probably the more educated, the more likely they were to vote for Dan, whereas if they were less educated or more rural, more likely to vote for the nationalist candidate. It's kind of a consistent pattern across most Western democracies that this is how this turns out. So here is President Zelensky's reaction. I spoke with the newly elected president of Romania. I congratulated him on his victory in the presidential election. It is essential that Romania continues to develop and that we all cooperate together in our region and across Europe. This was very important for Ukraine and also Moldova because of the shared border.
Burp time, donate $2. Why do you skip through them so quickly? Can you please enjoy them? No, I'm not doing that.
Oh my god. Oh god.
And so
Okay, thanks for the donation.
I invite Dan to visit Ukraine. We also discuss the nearest opportunities for us to meet. Yes, I do think the newly elected president of Romania will make a trip to Kyiv, probably in the next couple months. There's also another election occurring in Poland. The first round was also 2 days ago. Russia boosts info war to divide Poles ahead of election, according to Ukrainian intelligence. There is a pro-EU mayor and then a nationalist candidate set for a Polish presidential runoff. These were the results from the first round of voting. How I think it works in Poland is the top two will then have a runoff election on June 1st. This guy, I don't want to attempt to say his name, he's the pro-EU, pro-UK presidential candidate. And then there's this guy. He's not pro-Russian, but he's more of a Polish nationalist, more of a EU skeptic. Russia just favors whoever will create more disorder and dysfunction within NATO and the European Union. So in general, I hope any of my Polish viewers, they support and vote for this candidate. Between these two, he's better for Ukraine, and this is a single-issue political channel. Okay, so let's talk about this phone call that took place on Monday. Trump calls Putin and push for Ukraine's ceasefire. And it's important to remember, to remind everyone, European leaders and Zelensky are talking to Trump before he talks to Putin, and then they talk to Trump after he talks to Putin. And everyone is treating Trump like a 5-year-old, but he needs it, because Trump is easily distracted, and Trump can't stay on task. So here is what Zelensky says. I spoke with President Trump twice today. First, we had a one-on-one call before his conversation with Putin. Later, we spoke together with European leaders. This is a defining moment. The world can now see whether its leaders are truly capable of securing a ceasefire and achieving real, lasting peace. Zelensky's just going through the motions. He knows what's going on, but he has to play along for now. Donald Trump had his 2-hour phone conversation with Putin and then put out this stupid text, this stupid tweet. And I'll give you the summary from Joshi. He is an editor with The Economist. Back to square one. Trump abandons his own ceasefire demands without a whimper. U.S. peace proposal presented in Paris was cast aside. No hint whatsoever of pressure on Russia to soften draconian demands. Dangles a giant carrot, trade, implicitly to end sanctions, but offers no stick to the Russians. We can ignore this tweet. Donald Trump, I'll explain to you exactly
I'm not watching any more burps, dude. Thanks for the donation.
what he's doing. It's stupid, but nobody in Europe is fooled. I don't even think people in the Trump administration is fooled at this point. But let's start dissecting what happened yesterday. We're going to go to President Putin first. This was Putin's reaction to the media after completing his phone call with Donald Trump. First of all, I thank the President of the United States for the U.S. support for the resumption of direct negotiations between Russia and Ukraine on a possible conclusion of the peace agreement. The resumption of negotiations that were interrupted by the Ukrainian side, as you know, back in 2022. The President of the United States expressed his position on the cessation of hostilities, the truce, and from my end, noted that Russia is also in favor of a peaceful settlement of the Ukrainian crisis. We should simply identify the most effective ways to move towards peace. We have agreed with the President of the United States that Russia will propose and is ready to work with the Ukrainian side on a memorandum on a possible future peace treaty, defining several points, such as, for example, the principles of settlement, the terms of a possible conclusion of the peace agreement, and so on, including a possible ceasefire for a certain period of time if appropriate agreements are reached. By the way, contacts between the participants of the meeting and the negotiations in Istanbul have resumed, which gives us reason to believe that in general, we are on the right track. No, we're not. What the hell was that? After Trump's call to Putin, Ukraine says it is possible to sign a peace memorandum with Russia. What is Putin's delay tactic now? What BS did he feed Trump? And he said he wants to negotiate a peace memorandum with Ukraine about the future, which might, in the future, lead to a ceasefire. Once we get the ceasefire, in the future, far down the road, maybe a peace deal. Well, that sounds stupid. Russia is still demanding Ukraine's surrender after the 2-hour phone conversation with Trump. Putin is confident Russia can seize all 4 of these Ukrainian oblasts by the end of the year, even though his own military doesn't believe that. Putin believes that, if the United States abandons all of their support for Ukraine. Zelensky dismisses Putin's demand to withdraw their troops from the 4 Ukrainian regions.
Real nigga alert, donate $2. Do you agree with this? I'm considering dropping out of high school due to bullying from teachers and kids. When they bully, the teacher does nothing, but when I respond, the teacher immediately bashes me.
6 things to do if you're being bullied. 1. Tell someone you trust. 2. Keep a record of what's happening. 3. Don't retaliate.
That is just retarded.
4. Surround yourself with people that make you feel good. 5. Don't blame yourself, it's not your fault.
Bullying is almost always your fault, because if you projected strength, you wouldn't be bullied in the first place.
6. Be proud of who you are.
Yeah, that's just stupid. It's like beta cuck shit. Thanks for the donation, real nigga.
Putin and the Russians are asking the impossible. Donald Trump is ready to give Putin the best deal imaginable. Just keep everything you've taken. Freeze the contact line, create a new DMZ or whatever, but stop going for more. And Putin is telling the world no. He wants the administrative border of Donetsk. He wants...
CDG donated $2.
You, 1 strawberry milkshake, please.
I don't know why you're sending me that. I've seen that clip before. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The city of Zaporizhia, 700,000 people. He wants the city of Kherson back, pre-war population 300,000, plus access to the north bank of the river. Just for a ceasefire, not even to end the war. Even if Zelensky, which he would never do, agreed to this, the people of Zaporizhia would never surrender their city. The peoples of Sloviansk and Kramatorsk would never surrender the city. The people of Kherson would never surrender their city, even if the president in Kyiv told them they had to. It's just not going to happen. People are going to continue resisting. Trump says Russia and Ukraine to immediately start ceasefire talks after Putin call. This was not the goal. Trump said he could end the war in 24 hours, and we're now 120 days into his administration, and he's no longer even calling for a ceasefire. He's calling for talks to talk about a potential ceasefire. Trump says he can trust Putin and he won't sanction Russia, says he is prepared to back away from Ukraine peace talks. Trump is lying. JD Vance is lying. They're not going to back away from peace talks. They're not going to disengage because they can't. The European Union is America's largest trading partner. There are over 1 million American citizens living and working in Europe. The President of the United States cannot just ignore the largest land war in Europe since World War II. So they've been doing this for over a month now. Trump and JD Vance and Marco Rubio have been threatening, if these two sides don't agree on a ceasefire or a peace deal, then the United States is going to walk away. But that's not going to happen. So let's actually dissect this tweet, because Trump is signaling what he wants. In this tweet, he talks about trade, which is very weird. He says, Russia wants to do large-scale trade with the United States when this catastrophic bloodbath is over. And I agree. This is a tremendous opportunity for Russia to create massive amounts of jobs and wealth. Its potential is unlimited. Likewise, Ukraine can be a great beneficiary of trade, blah, blah, blah. Nobody really knows why Donald Trump is so obsessed with US-Russia trade, when US-Russia trade has always been near non-existent. Trump believes there is huge potential for US-Russia trade, but in the last 30 years, the high...
Yeah, buddy, I played that game through like 5 fucking times. I'm not watching something I've seen a billion fucking times.
We Deliver is hiring. Hurry over to their main office on 13 Farrell Street.
I should go there ASAP.
Fuck.
Desperately need a job.
Oh, come on. Mr. Palmer left the car in reverse.
With the screws. Start just all roads.
Highest level of U.S. exports to Russia was only $11 billion, out of a total U.S. export of $2.3 trillion in 2013. In other words, U.S. exports to Russia amount for 0.5% of all of our trade. U.S.-Russia trade is a rounding error. You can look at the GDP of Russia and compare it to other countries. As far as the size of global economies, Russia is number 11, just above Spain and slightly below Brazil. Would Donald Trump ever talk about the unlimited economic potential of Spain? Or the unlimited economic potential of trade with Brazil? Canada has a larger economy than Russia, and Donald Trump says that Canada is basically worthless. It's an appendage of the United States that should be annexed. Canada is a rounding error, but for some reason Russia has unlimited trade potential with the United States.
What you think of this girl nigger? She said she's natty nigger. But she's not nigger. Nigger.
Disclaimer, this video is educational and
I've seen this video, I'm pretty sure she's actually natural.
Muscularity, the deltoids that are picking off this natural.
Hassan shits on commie NYC candidate he interviewed last week for not being anti-Zionist enough.
I'll take a look at the video in a second. Thanks for the donation, retard. I actually think this girl might be natty. The main reason is she doesn't have the musculature in her jaw, which a lot of chicks on steroids get, and she doesn't have like enough mass in her arms and shoulders. Like, she's jacked, but she's a small girl. And just compared to her, like, her frame, like her bone mass, I don't know. There's a good chance she's actually natural. She's lean and everything, but I'm pretty sure she's actually natural.
So I'm approaching.
Do you support Israel's right to exist?
Yes, I do support its right to exist as a...
Son's a fucking retard. Well, Joe Rogan's a retard.
Yeah, well, God, actually, Judeo-Christian values, actually, because God, Hamas, transsexuals, because God, actually, Judeo-Christian. I had to fire Candace.
Okay, so, yeah, I remember this story. Candace, a black woman from the United States, proved she had bigger balls than everyone in America who works in the media.
She's anti-Semitic.
She's not.
She's anti-Semitic because she doesn't believe that everyone should just go and die for Israel and everyone should give Israel all this money and we should go to war with Iran for Israel. And that's anti-Semitic. And transsexuals, because transsexuals actually Judeo-Christian values, you have to get married right away. The now failing...
Okay. That's Andrew Tate. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And this is about corruption. This is about Trump wanting a bribe, either from the Russians or the Europeans. He doesn't care, as long as he gets paid. Donald Trump's first overseas visit in his first term was to Saudi Arabia, and Donald Trump's first overseas visit in his second term was to Saudi Arabia. because he's looking for a bribe for both him and his family. Trump lifts Syria sanctions, agrees to sell Saudi Arabia $142 billion in arms. You can have a mixed opinion on the new leader of Syria. He's a former al-Qaeda fighter, but he's better than Bashar al-Assad. And you can have mixed opinions on Saudi Arabia and the Crown Prince MBS, but he's also a murderer. But Donald Trump loves these guys. He loves going to palaces and meeting with princes and observing all of the gold and marble and ceremonies, and the fact that in this man's country you can't criticize him. Anybody in Saudi Arabia who criticizes the Crown Prince is murdered. And Donald Trump loves that. He loves dictators and he just wants a bribe. So I'm going to spell it out for you. Deals, according to the White House, deals that Trump signed with Qatar will generate at least $1.2 trillion for the United States. This is a made-up number. It is monetarily impossible for Qatar to do $1.2 trillion of business with the United States when Qatar's entire GDP is only $213 billion. The entire economic output of this tiny country, it's a wealthy oil kingdom, but they're very small relative to the size of America's economy. Their GDP is only $213 billion, and the White House is claiming America is going to get $1.2 trillion from them. No, that is impossible. Qatar cannot spend 5 years of their entire economic output in trade deals with the United States. So the Saudis know this. The Emiratis know this. The Qatarians know this. They're just making up numbers. And Donald Trump loves it. He gets to brag on social media and tell his followers that he's making trillions of dollars of deals with the Gulf states when this isn't going to happen. None of this is real.
7777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777 How come you don't want to listen to Burps anymore? How come you don't want to listen to Burps anymore? How come you don't want to listen to Burps anymore? Jury and Ryder, how come you don't want to listen to Burps anymore?
How many legally binding trade agreements has Donald Trump signed in the first 120 days of administration? And it's zero. Because Congress has not voted on anything. It's all made up. If Qatar wanted to say they were doing $10 trillion worth of deals with Donald Trump, Trump would have said, it's true. We're doing $10 trillion worth of deals with Qatar. It's all fake, guys. So what is Donald Trump looking for? Why does he keep talking about trade? And he wants a bribe for him and his family. Some kind of deal where there will be corruption and slush funds will be created, money is moved around, and Donald Trump and his children directly benefits. Trump doesn't care who bribes him first, the Russians or the Europeans. He just wants some grand deal worth trillions of dollars that he can brag about to his followers on social media. And the funny thing is Russia doesn't want to do it. Russia's economy is $2 trillion. So announcing an aluminum deal or Arctic trading routes or a gas deal worth $1 trillion, like Trump isn't going to waste his time on anything unless it's got a big number with a T, $1 trillion at least. And the Russians aren't doing what he wants, but Trump isn't willing to close the door entirely. Here's the good news. I do think Donald Trump is getting frustrated. I do think Donald Trump is going to increase pressure on the Russians.
Fuck you. 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 Fucker.
Alright, thanks for the donation, retard. Appreciate it. I'm feeling kind of claustrophobic.
But he doesn't want to publicly say it. He's going to have other people do it for him. He is never going to say anything critical of Putin or the Russians because he wants to keep the door open in the future for getting a nice bribe from either Putin himself or whoever replaces Putin in the future. So this is Trump's problem. Over 60% of Americans believe Putin is stalling the peace talks and they're wasting the United States' time. Public support for Ukraine is popular here in the United States. Most Americans don't like Russia, and they think what the Russians are doing in Europe is terrible. Donald Trump likes being popular. Donald Trump can commit more corruption if he has popular support. So Trump is just allowing things to happen, even though this isn't what he wants to do. Strong EU sanctions are coming soon. The United States is expected to sanction Russian banks, according to President Zelensky. So somebody in Trump's government is telling Zelensky this. EU is coordinating next Russia sanctions with the United States, according to the German government. So somebody in Trump's government is talking to the German government saying, yes, increased sanctions are coming. EU likely to propose lowering the G7 price cap on Russian oil to $50 per barrel. It's currently set at 60, and because oil prices have fallen anyways, the G7 wants to lower this to 50. But this is meaningless unless the United States participates in the price cap. So somebody in Trump's government is talking to G7 leaders saying, yes, we're going to go along with this. And I told you guys, MAGA is almost evenly divided, whether or not they want to support Ukraine and defeat Russia, or they want to call themselves isolationists and just allow Russia to do whatever they want. But the pro-Russia faction of MAGA has been very quiet the last month. Elon Musk has basically all but disappeared. Elon Musk says he'll spend a lot less time and money on US politics. Elon Musk plans to cut back on political spending. Elon Musk is no longer talking about Russia. He is no longer publicly supporting Russia or retweeting Russian fascists. We're also getting statements within Trump's government. I trust the US Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. I think it's him and his team who are talking to foreign leaders about increasing
claustrophobic.
Yeah, I saw that. Nice try.
Sanctions on Russia, and this is going to be unveiled, but Trump's not going to be the one to say it or do it. He'll probably just have Rubio or Bessent make the public announcements. And then there's retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. He has not been fired. He is still around. Here's what he's saying. In Istanbul, Secretary Rubio made it clear that we have presented a strong peace plan. Coming out of the London meeting, we came up with a comprehensive 22-point plan that is a framework for peace. The first point is a comprehensive ceasefire that stops the killing now. That is what President Trump wants. And then there's all these minor things. The F-16 pilots that are going to be trained here in Arizona, the sale of equipment, the approval of the transfer of the Patriot system from Israel to Ukraine. The United States resumes Black Sea high-altitude drone surveillance after an 11-month absence. So this is the Global Hawk surveillance drone that it's launched from Sicily.
Good morning, that vegan teacher.
See this fucking bitch 777 quadragentillion 777 du a quadragentillion 777 unquadragentillion 777 quadragentillion 777 novembragentillion 777 octotragentillion 777 septentragentillion 777 sextragentillion 777 quintragentillion 777 quatuortragentillion 777 regentillion 777 duotragentillion 777 untrigentillion 777 trigentillion 777 novemgentillion 777 octovigentillion 777 septvigentillion 777 sexvigintillion 777 quinvigintillion 777 quartervigintillion 777 trevigintillion 777 duovigintillion 777 unvigintillion 777 vigintillion 777.
I'm just gonna skip that, but thanks for the donation, retard. You're gonna be back in Canada in August? Well, well, I'll be down to do a collab once you're back in Canada. Kid Boo, only tellers is Myron on point here. Let me see.
Want to be extremely successful, he's going to have to go through a period of time where he doesn't focus on females, because females are 100% a liability. The whole process of courting and dealing with women in itself is extremely time consuming, monetarily consuming, and can fuck with your energy. So as a man, you need to take that and channel it into being productive. Every guy that I know that does nothing but chase women throughout their life ends up either broke, depressed, sad, whatever it may be, because women are expensive to maintain and deal with. And I'll say this real quick, the reason why is because women are designed to extract resources.
I understand
Men
that.
are designed to create resources, women are designed to extract resources. And even at
I mean, you can just casually date. It's not that big of a deal.
The highest levels, let's say you got a girl that's a millionaire, makes a lot of money. She still wants a man that makes 1.5, 1.2, 1.3, no matter how much.
Yeah, so that's true. Women who make a lot of money are going to seek men who make even more money.
Security a woman could provide to herself, she still expects a man to bring more to the table than herself. So that proves my point that regardless of how much security a woman has, she still wants more. So as
yeah, that's absolutely true. I don't know who that dumb bitch is reacting to him, but that's why you see so many of these high-ranking, like, female CEOs complaining that, oh, I can't find a man, and then they end up being single at, like, 40, and then regretting that they never settled down and had kids and shit. It's because there are plenty of men that would make fine relationship partners with them, it's just that they don't make as much money as they do, or more. So some of these women making like 500,000 plus per year, they're looking for men who make more money than them on top of all of their other dating preferences. So like, oh, he's got to be like around 6 feet tall and handsome and all this shit. And then on top of that, oh, he has to be a millionaire too. So those types of men are extraordinarily rare. Especially when, like, you're looking for dudes who are making that kind of money, who are also good looking and all these other qualities, who want to have a long-term relationship and commit to a woman and have kids. Like, you're never going to find that. And that's why a lot of these very rich women are fucking single their entire lives. But thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. I think he's massively overselling how much of a time and money commitment women are. Like, you can just casually date. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Sneed donated $2. Could you tell a story about a time you almost got into a fight? No. What would you do if a drunk boomer did this to you?
Looks like they're gonna drive right through our lines.
Hey guys, watch out for the lines.
It's right here, right?
Yeah, you just ran over our cast net.
I'm not supposed to park out here either.
I mean, you just, okay. You're not supposed to put a golf, same thing.
You can come
it's a
through.
golf cart, it says no vehicles.
The golf cart.
It says no vehicles.
No, the golf carts can't come. Oh,
Man,
great.
Why is he turning around, bro?
I have to end the live.
I'm not. Yeah, I just said.
We've been watching it really having fun.
You got that in your hand for?
Oh my god,
battery?
dude. I'm holding my battery?
Nothing.
My
What are y'all doing right now?
Where's the cast net that we ran over?
It's right there, man.
He just asked to go.
I don't even see it.
Why are y'all acting crazy? It's not. There's nothing. Nothing's going on.
Because your mouth is what.
Ma'am. All I said is you ran over the cast net. All I said was wash the lines.
You said watch the line, and we did. Yeah. We did exactly how. Where did you want us to go?
We're gonna call the sheriff.
Yeah, you already posted on. Yeah, you already posted online. You're not supposed to have a vehicle, so we're gonna take a picture.
I already posted online.
Ma'am. On your
All right, we'll move the vehicles. That's it.
No, I'm gonna take a picture.
All right, go ahead.
All right, take a picture. That's fine.
That you're already.
Take a picture.
They've already told you not to do that.
Why are y'all acting crazy? There was nothing.
Because that's
Nothing. Yeah, you are acting crazy. You come up and say what he has in his hand. Don't.
He had a pipe in his hand.
He had it in the. He had it in his. He had it.
Kitty, stop!
Brother,
Kitty, stop! God dang it!
Let me tell you something. I know what he had in his hand, okay?
It's a rod holder.
Had it on the line, brother.
It's a rod holder.
It's a goddamn piece of pipe.
Look,
it's a rod holder,
look, man.
dude.
I'm not. Look,
pipe.
brother.
It's a weapon.
Brother, I can smell what's on your breath right now. Okay,
I don't give
just
a
calm
damn. You
down.
smell my ass?
No, I smell. I know. I'm not. Nobody's here to start anything physical.
Well, then
Talk what?
Shit.
Talk what? I'm not talking shit.
We're driving away. You're still talking shit.
We're on a live stream. We're on a
He's
live
talking
stream
to
with
the live
600
stream.
people, and you guys are acting like crazy.
All we did was
Get
ask.
your vehicles off.
All right, we'll do, sir.
All right, we'll move them right now.
Come on,
But
Lord,
don't come up doing that.
Lord,
Come on, dude. All I said was the cast net was
Lord,
right there.
come on.
Nobody's acting. This is all out of proportion.
Okay.
You guys are drunk as hell out of your minds coming up here acting like crazy. And you want to come up to a 23-year-old kid like that?
Now, Laura, get on.
Come on, dude. Let's be 100%. Let's be 100%. Like
Get on the golf cart.
70. I hate people like you. What's about the net?
Laura, get
That. You want to come shut me up? Come shut. Dude, come shut me up then. Come shut me up then. How about that? You want to come shut me up? Come shut me up then.
I wouldn't care. Just tell him to fuck off. Thanks for the donation, Sneed. Like, literally nothing happened.
But the United States is doing surveillance of the Russians and providing this intelligence to Ukraine. They wouldn't be doing this if Donald Trump didn't want it to happen, or if Donald Trump stopped it. The United States allows Australia to send Abrams tanks to Ukraine despite private objections. Last year, Australia announced they were going to send 49 decommissioned Abrams tanks to Ukraine. And the United States said, please don't do that. We're engaged in peace talks with Russia. Australia told the United States to get bent, and they were going to send the tanks anyways. And Trump's government folded and said, fine, you can send the tanks. Trump's not stopping the transfer of military equipment to Ukraine if it, has a U.S. export license. This is all good news. You just have to read between the lines. And then there are very powerful and influential MAGA influencers that have been very aggressive towards Russia the last 2 months. Piers Morgan is a favorite of mine, but here's Ben Shapiro, once again on his daily broadcast, talking about the Russians and how they're not our friends, and they're not cooperating, they don't want peace, and they're going to continue these wars. So I'll play a little bit of this Ben Shapiro clip.
So again, it's going to be very unclear as to what happens from here, but it should be made clear at this point that Vladimir Putin does not actually want anything like a negotiated peace that sets the lines where they are. He does not want that. Vladimir Putin believes the United States will eventually walk away. And hell, if you were Vladimir Putin, you'd probably believe that too. The United States has, over the course of the last 20 years, walked away from the Kurds, the Afghans, the people of Hong Kong, and now maybe the people of Ukraine. So why wouldn't they? I mean, really, like that is the game that Vladimir Putin is playing. He's playing the long game here.
Does Donald Trump and his government want to abandon Ukraine and see the city of Zaporizhia destroyed, the city of Kharkiv destroyed, the city of Odessa destroyed, slowly over the next several years? These headlines are never going to go away. Reporters are never going to stop asking Trump questions. Trump can't make a deal with the Russians to make them stop, so he has no choice. Eventually, Trump is going to have to allow his subordinates to get aggressive and force the Russians to stop this war somehow. He can't walk away. What are the Russians saying about all of this? Here's the latest clip from Russian Media Monitor. Russian pundits say Trump's peace plan won't lead to peace. Shocker. Let me read this for you. If Russia doesn't agree to compromise, to make significant concessions, he, Trump, is ready to impose serious sanctions against the buyers of Russian oil. He is ready to do it. Michael, the fact that Russia is talking to the other side, that is on the verge of military defeat. So this is the Russians claiming that Ukraine is on the verge of military defeat. Isn't this a concession? Trump himself said this is a concession, but it's insufficient. Yes, he said that he is simply amazed and was glad when he found out, and these are his words, that it turns out Russia no longer wants all of Ukraine. Where did he get this idea? What makes him think so? Trump said this in an interview like a week ago that Russia has given concessions. They're not trying to take the entire country, and this is the Russians refuting that, saying, where did Trump get this crazy idea? But for him, this is the main concession. He really believes that Russia will agree to freeze it on a permanent basis like the Korean option. He is seriously thinking he has already achieved the most important thing, that Russia is ready to stop along the current front line. Does he, Trump, want a confrontation with Russia? Of course, he doesn't want a confrontation with Russia. He wants to come to the Middle East and be gifted planes, those flying palaces. He wants to tell American voters who support him about trillions of dollars. This is what he will be doing. He wants a prize. He has the money, but he wants a prize. He wants a crown. When Putin set a meeting in Istanbul, he made an appointment, so to speak, but we don't know how it may be turned against him. Only our soldiers can drag everything over to our side. We're following our own path. We are continuing the special military operation. The goals of our special military operation have to be achieved along with our security. This is the Russians on Kremlin State TV saying, whoever said we were going to stop? If Putin wants all of Ukraine, we will continue going until we take all of. This is getting interesting. I do think we have another month or so of this nonsense, but by late June or July, I do think the Trump administration is going to get serious about bone-crushing sanctions being placed on the Russian economy. I also want to mention this story. It's not really getting a lot of attention. Russia to launch ICBM Sunday as show of intimidation. This is what Ukrainian intelligence reported, and the State Department also put out an advisory warning in Kyiv. So the U.S. also had this intelligence that Russia was going to test launch an ICBM, potentially on a Ukrainian city. They did this with the Orshnik last year. The ICBM didn't have a warhead. There was no nuclear device, but the fragments of the dummy reentry vehicle did land on the city of Dnipro. So there was speculation that Putin was going to launch an ICBM test on Kyiv and just let, the fragments land where they land. But where's the missile? No sign of Russia's Yars ICBM launch. Russia tried to launch a nuclear-capable intercontinental ballistic missile, and nothing happened. No roar, no flash, just silence over Severodolsk. And we didn't get reports that something blew up in the hole like last time. It's possible Putin delayed the launch because of all this peace talk stuff happening this week. Or Russia tried to launch another ICBM and it failed to go off. This happened in September of last year. Russia tried to launch an RS-28 Sarmat ICBM. This was a test, and it blew up in the hole. These are potentially some of my favorite satellite images from this entire war. I used to be an ICBM operator for the US Air Force on the Minuteman III. And look at these pictures. So here's the building. It's the same building, and that is an ICBM blowing up in the hole. Russia's got problems. Russia's got serious problems. And I know if they tried to launch all of their ICBMs or nuclear weapons, there would be a significant failure rate. Very high. Not 100% failure. Some of them would still succeed. We have to take the threat serious. But Russia's got problems. Let's get to the good news for Ukraine. Poland seizes tons of illegal Boeing jet tires bound for Russia in a major EU sanctions breach. Russia is desperate for more tires for their Boeing fleets, and they were trying to smuggle them in, pretending they were, like tractor tires or something, but Poland caught them. They're going to confiscate the tires. Denmark announces nearly $600 million in military aid for Ukraine. Thank you so much to the people of Denmark. All right, here's an update on Project Constantine. I mentioned this fundraiser that had been stalled out. The volunteer.
Russia's taken a lot of L's.
I'd say the biggest thing with delts is understanding that it's not a very large muscle. The outside of your hand is where a good chunk of your grip comes from, but when things get a little hairy, we forget about those fingers. I just kept my shoulders pinned back. It was supposed to give me healthier shoulder
training. It's now been over 25 years since you picked up your first muscle magazine in 1999. Many intermediate lifters.
Everyone's so infatuated with like pecs, like it's in here. I don't even like look to see that this dude has like terrible calves. On you is very, not with load. So if you haven't tried that, it's one of those things where it's a popular plane. And the best way to determine what that is, it kind of feels like a flick. Like you can flick into this.
It was a very boring interview.
Today's topic, Diddy's going to jail. The question isn't if, but how long.
Forever!
Yeah,
fighting. This is fighting.
This is fighting?
This is fighting.
I love this drink.
Where you put my bag?
I like when you like this, Daddy.
Yeah, where you put my bag?
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
I like it when you move like that, Daddy. Yo, it was weird watching hip hop niggas call each other Daddy, like it was okay.
It's not them.
Nah, I'm sorry.
It was not.
I looked at Fabulous Conspiracy, which is the RICO charge, and to understand what a RICO charge is, a RICO as well, and the reason being is they have the escorts. They can prove that they traveled across state lines based on plane tickets and all that stuff. They're gonna have, I think they're gonna have like 7 or 8 different prostitutes that they hired testifying in this case. So they're gonna have him on that charge. I don't understand how he'll get off on this charge. The prostitutes involved are all admitting that Diddy paid them. They also have Cassie admitting to it. So two of the people who were banging are all admitting to who did it. They have hotel receipts. There's manifestos. There's no way he's getting off on this charge either. And Diddy was directing a lot of this stuff for his own enjoyment. So everyone involved, including all the receipts and money and camera work, will put Diddy there because Diddy recorded a lot of these segments. He recorded a lot of these acts.
And they got the evidence.
And they got those tapes. So this charge alone, if I remember correctly, it could go from anywhere from 1 year to 10 years in federal prison. And he's going to be found guilty of that. So that's why I said it's not a question of if he's going to jail. It's just how long.
So the big question is, how long you reckon?
I think he's going to be doing
25. 25 to life. Okay.
No. I think he's getting life. So when they're going to sentence him, they're just going to sentence him to life. That's really what I believe based off what I've already seen so far. Because these federal charges are incredibly bad. And because of the gravity of his violence involved in this, and there's video evidence, it's so repugnant, I have a hard time believing any judge would ever give him a chance to get out. I think the only way he doesn't get life, to be honest, is if he pleads out and then he starts to.
Oh, if he does a plea deal.
Yeah.
But then he's the no, because usually the plea deal is for when they can catch the bigger fish.
No. That's one way. But plea deals, sometimes prosecutions, if they don't want to take any chances, they'll offer a plea deal in those situations to just guarantee a conviction, right? But because this is so high profile, I'll be honest with you, I don't think they have any incentive to do it. And because they're so confident about their case, I also don't think
what would be the incentive of giving him a plea? Like, what is he going to plead?
I think in this situation, I don't think there is much. But plenty of people who are facing 25 to life or the death penalty plead. The reason why they plead is, I don't want to die, so I'll take life in prison instead. And the prosecution's like, I don't want to take a chance with the jury, because even if there's a 1% chance.
No, the jury is.
Even if there's a 1% chance, I would rather that. Actually, you know what's true? You'll get plea deals a lot more often with people who are facing like just a set amount of years rather than people who are facing the death penalty or stuff like that. Wait, maybe I'm saying it wrong. My whole point being is like, if you have nothing to lose, like let's say you're an older person, let's say I'm 60 and you're giving me the option of 20 to life. Well, I'm gonna just take my chances with the jury, because if I plead to 20, like how's that going? I'm gonna be dead. So I'm gonna just go to court. Yeah. But it is. He's also charged with possession with intent to distribute controlled substances. He's had his staff member come to testify. He's had Cassie. He's been caught with the substances. Basically, what that means is everyone who was involved in distributing on his behalf with records are all admitting that Diddy was the one who put him up to sending these drugs to other people. So you understand the RICO aspect of it. Diddy is the head of the snake of this organization, giving orders to everyone below him, and they're distributing these drugs. Even though he wasn't selling, it doesn't matter. Was he purchasing in large quantities? Yes. Was he distributing?
Why would he even bother like, he's rich. Why would he bother doing this?
Distributing to other people for use? Yes. It's over for him in that regards. Indictment cites multiple offenses involving drugs such as cocaine, oxycodone, ketamine, MDMA, GHB, and others used to control and coerce victims. They were recovered during searches in 2024. Okay, and then the witness tampering stuff I mentioned earlier. Combs and his associates allegedly attempted to silence victims through bribery, threats, and orchestrated false narratives through public allegations and law enforcement inquiries. Yeah, after public allegations emerged, Combs allegedly paid victims and associates to stay silent, including a $50,000 cash drop. Now that I've gone through everything, the violence is at the heart of this situation. And I think people have to now start to change the way that they view racketeering, the way that they view trafficking, because you have to understand, just because there's true violence between a couple doesn't mean that that violence is only a matter of domestic issues. If you control their career, if you're involving them with sex workers, if you are taking them across state lines to do your bidding, if you're paying, or if you're forcing them to sleep with other people or getting money from it, these no longer stay in the domestic realm, and now that violence goes on to pimping. It goes on to trafficking. It goes on to all these different things that now they can charge you with much more time with. So anybody who says this is just about domestic violence, you are incredibly wrong. And I want you guys to understand this, because by the time we get to the end of this trial and they're going to give him a guilty verdict, I don't want you to sit there and be like, oh, he was just his girl. That's not what's happening here at all. And all the other testimonies from people involved prove that this is not just about that. There's drugs, there's a criminal enterprise, there's him giving orders to his security and his staff to silence people which couldn't. So the judge's like, all right, I release you guys and I declare mistrial. So now they're retrying YNW Mellon.
They're retrying it?
They're going to get him. He's like, based off the evidence, and I watched the court case, he's done for. That's a possibility for this. But there's no way. I cannot believe that they would get 12 people to get there and they would say not guilty on all charges, because none of it is reasonable doubt.
But the thing is,
hit me.
You're saying that the only way that he could do that.
I said, hit me. And
God damn, dude.
I'm having a good time. Go for it.
They retry. Let's say they retry the Diddy. Mm-hmm. They dismiss it, right? Mm-hmm. Mistrial. Yeah. Mistrial. Mm-hmm. They're gonna run it back.
Of course.
So you're saying the only way that he gets this is if they mistrial it? Mm-hmm. No, because they're gonna run it back.
Yeah.
He's still gonna be in jail. It's not good if they mistrial it.
Yeah. I'll do you one better. There is literally not a chance in hell. Sorry.
Say that again. Why you put your vest on?
I mean, I wanted to be thematic.
Always trying to bite my style. You see this?
Nah, it's because this is Diddy, bro. Got to make sure you got no shirt on, too. Bad boys for life. We ain't going nowhere.
You see how he's kidnapping?
Except for jail. Because we bad boys for life.
Boys being boys.
Now,
but what are you saying?
This case is so high profile, the federal government, they could have gotten him on gun charges because he had. When they searched his home, they found guns with no serial numbers.
Yeah.
They could have gotten him on a lot of different things, but.
And it's so stupid how he had this shit when he's a fucking billionaire.
I don't think they need to because a lot of the stuff that they're charging him with now is the most ironclad stuff. The drug thing, you can't get out of. They walked into your hotel room, it was there. He claimed it belonged to a woman he was with. That's never gonna fly because they already have his employees testifying to the fact that they procured stuff for him.
That's never gonna fly.
That's never gonna fly.
Whose person is gonna invite someone in their hotel?
Yeah.
And then the person's just going to leave a large quantity of drugs and just going to, you know what? It's okay.
It's over for him. And I think I just want to lay it down for you guys. Lay it down.
Lay it down like Diddy.
Because I think a lot of people don't understand the case. And that's okay. If you don't read the statutes, if you don't read the indictment, you're not going to get it. But I'm telling you, this is a slam dunk case. And I think I'll do another video if you guys want me to discuss the whole Cassie stuff and whether or not she's the perfect victim, the mentality. That's something we could do as well. But did he go into jail? That's all I wanted to say. And hey, listen, I don't mind. Send his ass to jail. What do you think?
It was domestic violence.
It was?
It was. It was just domestic violence. And the people that are saying that is because that's the only thing that they read. They don't read into it like you do.
Yeah.
You have to understand how people are incredibly lazy with this thing. They're lazy and they don't want to read into things. People they say like, yo, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but all the people are doing is judging books by covers. You know what I mean? They don't even read the back. They just be like, that's how I feel. They base an opinion before reading.
Well, Diddy's going down. Okay. Well, I had to wait around all day for some AC repair guy to show up, and he ended up showing up 2 hours late. So I've been up for quite a while, and it's late, and I'm sort of tired. So I think I'm gonna end the stream here. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I should be on tomorrow, probably at an earlier time, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams. Nighty-night.